Well, good morning, everyone. I don't think I like that. That's kind of far away. Why does it do that? Right click. Properties. Zoom. Should I autofocus or? Shouldn't autofocus anymore. Okay. It's kind of blue. Close. Hair's a mess. Alright, so I get to start streaming how I do my sermon prep, and I'm just doing it for fun. Just like anybody pops in, I'll just talk with them, or if they have any questions, just talk. Or it's kind of like having an open door to anyone, and you don't have to be in Indiana, Middletown, Indiana, to talk with me or anything like that. Maybe you have a question, something's on your mind, but yeah, hi. I guess, how are you? So yesterday I started Isaiah 38, and I didn't get much finished. I got pretty far though, and I'm gonna start with a kind of a warm up for the brain. Oh, Mia's biting. I think I'm gonna do 5 minutes. Start with it. Press F11. My picture's in the way. There we go. I'm gonna get a green screen pretty soon, so none of my background is being shown. You can see my water heater in the back. Okay, let's see. Oh, I aborted the game. My bad. New 5 minutes. That's my ADHD for you. I gotta wake up still. There's no way I'm gonna be able to stay alert in scripture with the capacity of non-devotional, but more of a capacity of research. Research is rough. I'm gonna start with the King's opening. Perk defense. I forgot what the book move on perk defense is. Perk defense looks like it gets the queen out pretty fast and the bishop out pretty fast. That wouldn't be smart. That wouldn't be smart. That might be okay. If we were to go here, I think this is a good move. Because then, if he does pull it out, I could just quickly defend. I could quickly defend anyway. So it looks like he's wanting his queen to come out to about right here, or put me in check. I could do a preemptive strike, so he can't move here. He can still move here though, and if he takes this, that's fine. There's nothing really to. So if I take, he takes, I take, he takes, and there's nothing I can do about it. So, but if he takes this, then I could take that, and then he could take it, and then there's still nothing I could do about it. He takes this, and I could take, and then he's got nothing left. So the best thing I could do is probably move this forward. He might move it here. I could probably kick him if he moves there. Then he could take my pawn. I might have to protect my pawn on my next move. Even if he takes, I'll just, yeah, okay, so he moved back, but it's still threatening this pawn. I may have to double. Hi, darling. Thanks for the coffee. I'm starting off with a game of chess. Would you mind to make sure, see if it, even if my voice is talking, if it's staticky or anything? he takes and I take, he could take back. We can't quickly get his... He can get his queen out here pretty fast. I guess I could just do this. Put extra support on the pawn. He takes. I could take. He could take. Then I could take back. What does that allow his queen to do? I have to find out. If I am able to get this position, I'm forking two pieces with a queen. But that's yeah, it's protecting this. But, I mean, it probably wouldn't have gotten away with much. It looks like he's putting extra pressure here. If I move him, then the queen can move down here and put me in a check. If I move here, then I think... Yes, dear?
They're still static in the background.
Is it bad?
It's noticeable.
I don't know how to fix that. How do you fix that?
I don't know, I think it's just the music that you're playing.
Mm-mm.
No?
That's what it sounds like.
I noticed when you played that, it was staticky, but when you played the other stuff,
Yeah?
it wasn't.
Oh, pretzel wasn't staticky?
Nope.
I'll do pretzel then.
Okay. So I don't know what it was.
I'll figure something out for pretzel. I have 2 minutes to figure this out. He moves here, but it doesn't really put anyone in danger. It looks like just a position to keep me from moving somewhere. I'm not too sure. If I push him up and it puts threat on him and nobody could take it yet, and I can probably keep him out of danger. I think he expected to move there. Take that. I can go here, put pressure here. That's something I probably need to do. I probably need to open this area up. Putting pressure on my horse. I could do that. I mean, he could probably take it, and then I take. And then he can take. And he would win that because I'm not moving my queen up there. That's going to stink if he takes that. Maybe not. Maybe, I don't know. It's the reason for the warm-up game, I guess. He's putting pressure where this is being threatened, this is being threatened. If I do accept the trade, I'd win a piece. He wouldn't be able to come down here either because I could just take with my queen. I'm gonna accept the trade. I have some unprotected pieces. He's a hanging pawn. That's not a hanging pawn. This one's a hanging pawn. If he moves here, then what becomes available? This becomes available. That becomes available. Knight on the Rim is dim. That becomes available as well. Who is he trying to reach? If he goes here, it'd put me in check, but I just take with my queen anyway. If he goes here, doesn't look like he does much. He could probably try to fork me right here, but I just, again, still take with my queen if I move. Move my queen. He's probably going to want to move, if anything, right here. I want to discourage that, but if I move here, then I leave some level of risk. I don't know if I destroy my pawn structure or not. I have 25 seconds to figure it out though. Time to speed chess. Actually, What if I could protect this square right here? Yeah, I had a feeling. I mean, he could have took me, right? Come on, make a move. It's a pretty good move. I don't think I'm gonna win that one. Maybe, actually. Have him take my horse. I need a new position now. Something a little more. My goal is to get right here. I don't think it's gonna work. I think I've lost this. Darn. Chase him all over the board. My goodness. He can move here now. He got my queen. Wonderful moves, man. Wonderful moves. Right. Let's see. Alright, this one. Oh, what is this? This gets him out pretty fast. That's pretty good. Or maybe he'll just start right here and then do a sneak attack to this piece. Yeah, there we go. Castling? Castling. I need to get this horse to safety. No reason for him to be there. Get out of here. Almost got a zigzag going. My green bishop's gonna be happy. Oh, he came back. I think he's gonna come in right there. Or, I guess he has nowhere to go there. Right there, I think. Nearly have that zigzag. Where can you go next? There and there. I like this move. You can't escape very well. I probably should have moved something else. I didn't see that. Whoops. It's wonderful. I am no good at chess, my goodness. I just lost my queen. I'm done. Okay. I think that's enough warm-up for me. I think I'm better at reading anyway. So I use a program called Logos. She said it was staticky. I gotta go get the pretzel. Pretzel. What does this sound like? I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything at all. Oh, there it is. Took a while for the song to get started. Kinda odd. Oh, there it is. I have no idea what that sounds like. I'm gonna switch headsets here.
Oh,
Yeah, my microphone's kind of staticky. Let me see if I can fix that. Is music too loud?
mm,
Is the music too loud? Filters.
yeah.
Noise gate. And noise suppression. Maybe this will sound better. I don't think Potato has. Does it sound better?
Yeah. There's still a tiny bit of stuff.
A smidge of static? I'm guessing my voice is good, is high enough. It still sounds staticky, doesn't it? Or I think my voice is fine when I was hearing it earlier. But yesterday I was doing Isaiah 38. Oops. Desktop. Where's my... I don't see... There's something missing right here. Or maybe not. OneDrive. Copy. There we go. Perfect. Completed series. If you're wanting to mute me, that's totally fine. So I don't distract you or whatever.
There.
Oh man, my yawn. Okay. Yep. Isaiah 38. And it looks like I've done some kind of work. Me right here, do this. Do this. Oh my. They're having a war up there. I'm gonna go type up here Isaiah 38 and open the passage study layout. This is huge. Like, the program is huge. A huge save to many pastors, I'm sure. I could surely appreciate it. I don't know how long Logos has been out for. It's been out for a long time. Still trying to wake up. I've been up for a couple hours now. Woke up at 6 o'clock. What time is it now? 9? 9:43? Give like, spend an hour with my family in the morning, and then I got on here and tried to problem solve a little bit, but not too much, because I can't problem solve too much. I have work to do. Sermon's tomorrow, and it's 9. I have a sermon to give in 25 hours, so, and it's barely halfway done. It probably is about halfway done though. This isn't the right one. Did a lot more work than that. Let me try again. I think I'm keeping this file just for the if I transfer it, maybe that's what I could do. I could transfer it. Take this, copy, new bitmap image, call it profit chart, open, paste. Oh, let me paste it. Copy, paste. There we go. Save. Delete. What's Samuel? What's Isaiah doing in there? Oh boy. All the work I did yesterday might just be gone. Yeah. See if I can recover it. 12 hours ago. Study stage format. Wonder if I accidentally did it here instead of copying it over. I think I did. That's hilarious. Man, I was not focused yesterday. Crazy. Study stage format. I accidentally okay. What's that doing there? Shift all, copy, paste. Yeah, that's all the stuff from yesterday. Still gotta read the commentaries yet. Make sure I'm not missing anything cool or unique or something that needs to be pointed out. I think it was this one. Study stage format. I think it's supposed to say read. Bold, underline, normal. No. Read 10 times. I can't believe I did this. Contrast and comparisons. Okay, that looks normal now. Well, my normal anyway. It looks kind of messy to everyone else, I think. If I can get this back in order. So when I have to return, I try to recall as much as I possibly can, usually through prayer. So I'll begin, of course, with prayer. Always start sermon preps with prayer. Always. Heavenly Father, Lord, I want to thank you for your word, your message, your truth that you give us, Lord, that we can operate in our daily lives with what you've given. And Lord, I just pray that as we adventure into this word today, that your servant is able to glean insight, Lord, on the very needs of the church, Lord, and of course the pastor. And I pray that as I recover information, Lord, that the information will come to me easily, Lord, as you work on me, as you're the one that channels information to me. And Lord, I just pray that the points will come out clear, that the themes will come out clear, and that it'd be an easy time, a faster time, as you always provide. It doesn't seem to matter if you put pressure on me or not. You always provide. You're the one that does everything for us all. When we rely on you, I think it's the best too. I do recall that you make strong those who are weak. And I recall that as a decent theme from Hebrews 11, that you make strong the weak. And Hezekiah was pretty weak, and you made him strong. You gave him 15 extra years of life. You made a sun stop. You've listened to his prayer and his request. He lamented a lot, and he also praised a lot. That poor guy, he was very prideful though. He was even invited a king over to show off some of the things that he had. But Lord, I pray that as I endeavor through this, Lord, that your word shines through. I sure could use a pretty good illustration. I saw one earlier today. That might be pretty cool. And Lord, it's your message, not mine. So if it be your will, Lord, I pray that you put it on my heart. All the points, all the themes. Lord, it's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. I remembered something else. One of the things about pastors, we have always texting each other, we're communicating with somebody. Amazingly. Hoping your flight is amazingly smooth. Sailing? Kind of awkward. I should say your travels. Both you and Max. Okay. So let's see, stage 1, choose a passage to be preached, and it looks like I did the exegetical work yesterday, just using scripture, and a little bit of research, looks like. 10 minutes is 40 degrees. For thou hast cast all my sins behind my back. Ooh, that's pretty good. Ooh. All right. Just quickly reading what I did yesterday. See what I could do different. Tone of the passage is urgent in nature. Oh yeah, that's right. He says he walks right in there. He says you're gonna die. Oh, that's right. There was a king that was murdered in Nineveh. his 2 children. There's something coming. The Syrian king is murdered. Speech. The speech given before the murder suggests the father was going to attack anyway. Oh, right. Chiasms. What did I discern from this? We are all ill in one way or another. Usually we are ill in the heart. Well, that's true. Usually? I don't think there's ever a time when we're not. I think it's true that we are all ill in the heart in one way or another. In those days, while anxious over impending, turning 10 degrees is 40 minutes. What can you do with an extra 40 minutes? Oh, that's right. I asked the community yesterday. What would they do with an extra 40 minutes? Let's see what they wrote. Let's see what some of the replies may have been. No, thank you. I can barely handle the minutes I've been given. Spend it with my family. No worries of places to be or people to see, just us. Amen. I hear that. Depends. Is it still dark at 5 o'clock? But they got some nice answers. I like. Daylight saving. Clean. Oh man. Stimulates a little bit of a thought there. Sleep. I hear you there too. I would definitely want to sleep. I'll say thank you later on for those who replied. Any message requests from Marta y Julio Salazar? Nice name. I don't think so. Ugh, that doesn't look good either. Okay. What could you do with an extra 40 minutes? That was funny. I like asking the community jokes. They come up, or not jokes, but questions. They come up with some pretty cool stuff. It's stimulating stuff too. Word study books. I don't think I have any words in here that are questionable. Let me reread it. In those days was Hezekiah sick unto death, and Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amos, came unto him, and said unto him, Thus saith the Lord, Set thine house in order, for thou shalt die, and not live. And Hezekiah turned his face towards the wall, and prayed to the Lord, and said, Remember now, O Lord. Remember might be one of them. He's trying to introduce he's trying to ask God to put in his forefront what he's done, what Hezekiah has done. Why he's saying remember. Now, O Lord, I beseech thee. It's not something we use often. It's not. I don't know if it's in the original trailer or not. beseech thee looks like it was added in. Usually it's italicized though when it's added in. So I wonder what the scholars thought of that one. How I walk before thee in truth and in perfect heart, done that which is good in thy sight. And Hezekiah wept sore with a great crying. Then came the word of the Lord to Isaiah, saying, Go and say to Hezekiah, Thus saith the Lord, the God of David thy father, I have heard thy prayer, I have seen thy tears. Behold, I will add unto thy days 15 years. And I will deliver thee and this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria, and I will defend this city. And this shall be a sign unto thee from the Lord. And the Lord will do this thing that he hath spoken. Behold, I will bring again the shadow of the degrees which is gone down in the sundial of Ahaz 10 degrees backwards, so the sun returned 10 degrees, by which degrees it was down. The writing of Hezekiah, right, that's, I think the first part is how he feels, and then the second part is how God saved. And then, for Isaiah had said, Let them take a lump of figs, and lay it for a plaister upon the boil, and he shall recover. Hezekiah also said that, What is the sign that I shall go up to the house of the Lord? So I don't think there's anything in there. Cutting off the days. I'm going to speed read this part. I deprived the residue of my years. Residue? The remainder. I should probably do that one. But it's not. This one isn't Greek though. Terms conclusion. Should probably change that to Hebrew. The New Testament or the Old Testament is done in Hebrew, and some Aramaic. I think Aramaic. And then the New Testament, it's done in Greek, Koine Greek, something like that. Starts with a K. That's in bold. The residue is equal to remainder. I said I shall. I'm gonna speed read again, so I can come up with something else. Weaver was another one. I remember that one from yesterday. I was trying to figure that one out. Weaver is the same thing, if I remember, as like the person who, what is it? Integrates strings together to make a product. I think that's a good definition. Maybe. See what happens. A craftsman who weaves cloth. Okay, that's pretty good. And I think it was pinning. Cut me off with pinning sickness. It says thrum. Bits of thread. Pinning. Thrum. Meaning bits of threads that is left in a loom. What does that look like? It looks like, what is a loom? I leaned over too far. I do play video games. I play Overwatch, I play chess, so I have my keyboard kind of further up when I do those things. I was playing last night for an hour. Unwind. I actually wind up. Overwatch is not a wind down game. Is it, darling? Absolutely. What does a loom look like? Okay, that's what it looks like. It'd be kind of fun to have. How much is a loom? You can make a bunch of stuff with that. Make your own towels. Forget those like $20 towels at the store. I can make something better. Looks like fun. Somebody made a Pikachu. That's right, there it is. Kind of looks like an abacus. Amazon. Do they sell looms? They do. Oh, you actually have to do it yourself. Oh, wow. Which one's this one? My wife sounds stressed. What's the matter?
My headset has gone out.
Like, it doesn't work at all?
Like, doesn't work. All I hear is static.
Oh, ICQ and then update.
I did that. It said I already had the latest versions.
Really? Oh, is it doing that static thing like it did a long time ago?
I think so.
AI? Static electricity, I think, does that sort of thing. Those things are expensive, those headsets. You do not get what you pay for, that one. I might change off of Corsair.
Well, if the computer needs updates.
Could be that. It could be anything.
Yeah, the
Update drivers and everything before we blame the company. $270 for a weaving. Well, if I make 100 towels, it'd be $27 a towel. I'd have to make 200 towels to even come up with a store bought. This is not worth it. But it does remind me that our dog needs a dog treadmill. Wow. Oh, this is a squirrel. You right. Oh, a circle. I didn't think about that. What's the most expensive? Low to high. It's a cover. So 300 and some change, it looks like. This would be okay to get if I had like people that need to take their dog for a run. They just take it right to their house. $10. Let their dog run for as long as it wants. What's the most expensive? Ooh. I thought the dog could play basketball. Looks like a hoop. That is a happy dog. That is a gorgeous dog. It looks like he looks like King Kong in comparison to this. I don't know what he's gonna do with that thing. Wow, those things are expensive. I like these cat wheels. I'm gonna end up making one. Oh man.
Always check out eBay too.
That's a good point. eBay. Dog treadmill. At $3.49. I don't see it getting lower. I have a medium dog, I think. They're still in like near 400s. Marketplace. Dog. Treadmill. $350. 402. 1872. Yeah, it's 350 plus. Well, side trail over. What can you do in the next 40 minutes? Oh yeah, pinning the threads. See, from day even to night wilt thou make an end of time. I reckoned. We don't use reckoned often, but it means to think. Reckoned. It is a southern term. Reckoned wills usually to think. See what it says here. It says to compose. One's calm disposition conceived of making something smooth. I reckon till morning that as a lion, so will he break all my bones. Well, that's not calming one's disposition, I don't think. see what the Strong's Concordance be like. I will be like till morning. No, probably not that one. Equal, make smooth, appropriate, wait patiently. I wait patiently till morning, that as a lion, so will he break all my bones. I'm not so sure I could do that. There's something interesting about that. This is Siwa. This is Siwa. I think I think the software is confused. I don't think Suthi. Siwa. Plain. Lay down to. I'm pretty sure it's. I think, or I'll be in the process of thinking till morning. I suppose, till morning. What if it does mean to compose? Verse 13. I calmed myself until morning. Like a lion, he breaks all my bones. How is that calming? I composed my soul until morning. And that's also accurate. There's another translation I use because I like looking at the Jewish way of doing things. So I try to be strong like a lion till morning, but still my illness breaks all my bones. I reckon till morning that as a lion, so will he break all my bones. From day even to night wilt thou make an end of me. I will try to be strong like a lion till morning, but still my illness breaks all my bones between day and night. You could finish me off. Huh. Interesting. I use other translations as like a commentary. Gives me insight to like how they argued. What does the NIV say? New International Version. I waited patiently till dawn, but like a lion he broke all my bones. His bones aren't broken though. So will he break my bones? But like a lion he broke all my bones. Day and night he made an end of me. I don't know if I agree with that. Bit of a difference there. Or is more of a literal translation? There's one. 13. I cry for help until morning. Oh. Like a lion he breaks all my bones. from day to night. This is poetical, so it doesn't really happen. Let me see if I can interpret it as a poet, because this is poetry. It's not like literal. I waited patiently till dawn, but like a lion, he broke all my bones. Day and night, you made an end of me. If his soul had bones, I wonder if that's what it means. Let me see if I can interpret it in light of that. I reckon till morning that as a lion, so will he break all my bones. Poetically speaking. From day even to night wilt thou make an end of me. I bet everyone feels that way. Reckon means, in this context, it means to compose, smooth out. It's kind of odd doing it this way, but it is poetry. I mean, when Paul was in front of King Agrippa, he says, "I make myself happy, King Agrippa." So I would say I reckoned myself happy, or composed myself happy. I could see that. So I composed myself happy till morning, that as a lion, so will he break my bones. But I still don't see why that would be make somebody happy or make somebody calm or smoothed out. Maybe in King James Version gives me the impression that even poetically that there's more coming his way, more breakness in his soul, all the way to the point of death. Like that's kind of like what Job did. It kind of really feels like Job talking. To compose, smooth out, to manage the soul, I guess, by thoughts. I think I like that. Manage the soul by thoughts. I manage the soul by thoughts until morning, that as a lion slowly break my bones. I wonder if this is a colloquial for that time frame. The commentary hopefully will give me something. I'm going to write that down just in case. So there's a part down here, commentaries. Verse 13. I'll put a question mark. So reckoned is a good one. Like a crane or a swallow, so did I chatter. Chatter nowadays means to talk a whole lot. So I'm probably going to define that a little bit. To chirp, make high-pitched sounds. It's kind of like, I mean, if somebody broke your bones, I don't suppose you're going to laugh. A chirp, to make a sound of a bird. Whisper, to speak in low volumes. Or cry out, to moan. And I did mourn as a dove. Anybody cry out by a whisper? Anybody chirp like a bird when you want to lament? Or do you cry out, moan, or formally chirp? This is a double. This is definitely poetry. It says, mourn here, chatter, mourn. My eyes will fail looking upward. This is a picture of somebody in a lot of pain. Chatter in this context means to moan and lament. I don't think it means to chirp though. Although it could mean to chirp. Interested. NRSV. Which verse was that? That was verse 14. Like a swallow or a crane, I clamor. They use the word clamor. When was the last time you used the word clamor? Whoops. NIV went away. There's a way to do a side-by-side of all of them. it takes too much of the screen, so I just rather switch through the tabs. I cried like a swift thrush, I moaned like a morning dove. In the heaven, I am being threatened. I cried like a swift or a thrush. Like a crane or a swallow, so did I chatter. Didn't even mention the other birds. My goodness. Like a crane or a swallow, so did I chatter. I guess it would be to chirp, but what does a crane sound like when it's in pain? I don't think anybody made a video of it. YouTube. Crane chirps. Advertisements. I don't know if this is gonna play for everyone. Actually, that kind of makes nice for background music. Just watching a bird move around. Just listening to music. That's quite the moan. Anybody make a moan like that? Crane or a swallow? It's crazy. Wait. I mean, I guess. Cranes make a sound that how do you describe sound? It's like describing a color. That cranes make a sound that if it came from a human, they are either demented or in some pain. What does a swallow sound like? Swallow. Swallow sound. Slipping, sipping, and gulping. That's a thing. 110,000 views. Oh, you know, if a person were to go say the word "ah" really hard as in pain, they would kind of sound like a swallow, I guess. In this context, moaning and lamenting with a possible AH sound, as if to communicate loads of pain. An extended grunt with elevated volume. Okay, well that was fun. Let me get this to hanging indent. Probably also, actually I can just do this. There we go. Chatter was one of them. From the pit of corruption. But thou hast in love to my soul delivered it from the pit of corruption. Oh. This should be fun. Does it mean by pit of corruption, I wonder? I'm thinking hell. Gehenna. A place on the other side of the great, what is it, gap or something like that? From paradise to... let's see, 17. Behold, it was for my welfare that I had great bitterness, but in love... You're welcome. You need to get more tissue paper. Pit of destruction. Usually it says Sheol. Instead of pit of destruction, it'll say Sheol. The pit of nothingness. Interesting. Usually the complete Jewish Bible is way, way more intense. Which verse was it? 14? 17. 17 all the way down here. Though instead of peace, I felt very bitter. You desired my life and preserved it from the nothingness pit. The nothingness pit interests me coming from the Jewish Bible. Because now I want to know what the nothingness pit is. I still think it's hell. But maybe it's the great gap between paradise and... Maybe he means to say a crossover. There's the 17. Surely it was for my welfare that I had great bitterness, but you have held back my life from the pit of destruction. Nothingness, destruction, NIV. Surely it was for my benefit that I suffered such anguish. In your love you kept me from the pit of destruction. Nothingness and destruction seem to come by a lot. I'm interested in pit of destruction though, so I'm gonna go V17. For the grave cannot praise thee, death cannot celebrate thee. They that go down to the pit cannot hope for thy truth. The living shall praise thee. I like how it doubles right here. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey. He shall praise thee. As I do this day, the Father of the children will make known the truth, and the Lord was ready to save me. Therefore we will sing my songs to stringed instruments in all the days of our life and the house of the Lord. For Isaiah had said, let them take lumps of figs and lay it for a plaister upon the boil, and he shall recover. Hezekiah also had said, what is the sign that I shall go up to the house of the Lord? He still wants a sign though. That triggers me a little bit. Why do we need a sign? Is not his handiwork behind the scene a sign enough? Why do we need a sign that somebody wants, somebody's gonna, I mean, and the way I see it is like, if I make a promise to somebody, there's no need for a collateral. I'm gonna do it. I mean, unless there's some extensive thing holding me back, I'm gonna do it. But even if there is something extensive, nothing can hold God back. Why would we need a symbol or a sign? If he says he's gonna do it, he's gonna do it. That's the sign. His promise is the sign. Okay. So we got some of the words defined. It says historical encyclopedias. I don't think I have any of those. I would like to know what Hayden Robinson meant by historical encyclopedias. I developed this thing and I put it there for a reason, and I forgot that reason. Let's take a look at library, biblical preaching. Let's search for it. Historical encyclopedias. No matches. Why did I put it there then? Oh, you know what? I might have one from Moody. I think it's in the desktop. There needs to be something in the background. I think it's this music. Desktop, there we go. Blackboard. I got a few things. Historical encyclopedia. Oh. Do historical matters matter to faith? Exile and restoration. I remember this. Contextualize the words. It's copyrighted content. I can't show the whole thing. It's not a good thought. Wonder if I could get in trouble because I'm showing, like a small section. I think there's some level of, like, I think it's something like 25%. I don't know what it is, without permission. But I don't think this channel's not going to go very far. I'm not expecting it to. This is just an open door. If it does go far, then I'll make the right measurements, of course. Obviously, so people can get paid, but I'm not getting paid online to do this, so it's not like I'm gaining money from it. Well, I think it would be kind of easy just to there's a license a person can get that deals with all this stuff, music and content, everything. Historical encyclopedias. I don't think I have one even on here. Let's see. Encyclopedia. Illustrations. If it's shaky, it's my legs. Like the camera shakes or whatever. Biblical theology. I don't see historical in here. History. McKnight's Mechanical. Encyclopedia of Christian Martyrs. Encyclopedia of United States History. Interesting. Do I have it on here? Sermon outlines. I don't see it. Atlas is pretty good for geographic locations. Cultural Concepts is pretty good. I wonder if that could equate to historical encyclopedias. I'm going to put it there anyway, because Cultural Concepts is huge. So let's see, this one is crying. An outpouring of tears of eyes, most typically when sad or distraught. I think we still do that today. I'm pretty sure we do that today, especially when we mourn. And so there's not much change between crying back then and today. Deliverance, being saved from harm or detriment, same kind of definition. I think it means something different back then, though. They are always constantly worried about being imprisoned or captured, killed. And here in America, we don't have to worry about those things, but it's still a thing over the world, all around the world. I think South Africa, they want to be delivered from their enemies in the north, and the underground churches want to be delivered from the enemies, say the cops, and the government. Herding is a practice of caring for livestock animals, directing their movements. Yeah, that makes sense. Music using vibrating instruments, including the human voice, in rhythmic patterns that create a pleasant or other emotional responses. Prayer, the practice of communicating with a deity. Prophesying, relating divine communication to another person or people. That's one of the things that was in there. That was pretty culturalistic back then. That was common practice, actually. Sickness, infirmity of the body or mind. A sign. I think that's what I want to dive into really quick, because a sign back then meant a lot. So let's see what a sign back then meant versus a sign that we would expect today. So it says word for word right here. Usually it puts up a signal, like a number 1 to tell me where it came from. I'll have to just say factbook, comma logos. Sign, a phenomenon that is perceived to indicate something else, but especially something about future events. Also astronomical signs. Yeah, about future events, I could see that. I think they used to have signs for promises, and they would do it in a really awkward fashion too. Like, it would be they would cut animals in half. It's really disgusting, and they would spread the animals to the side, and there'd be several of them in a lane, and what comes in the middle is a lot of blood. And both individuals on party A and party B that are making an agreement, they would have to walk on that blood all the way to the end and then all the way back. And it's supposed to symbolize or signify or signal, or in this case, what is the sign? It was supposed to signify, if you will, like a signature, something like your name is typically the sign that you will keep your promise, because your name is attached to it. Your reputation is attached to the contract. Well, the animals split apart was symbolic for what the relationship would look like if anybody violated it. One of the instances that Abraham incurred is he was in a dream, if I'm not mistaken. It was in a and there was he was told to set up a certain promise structure like that, and he ended up seeing that there was 2 items that went across and then back. I think the Catholics use those items, but these 2 products that went forward and back, it didn't involve Abraham. It was only God making the promise. So God promises on his own accord, promises to save us, to make his name great, if you will. And he does, and Jesus is alive, and that greatness has already existed. So God has fulfilled that promise, and Jesus comes with a new covenant, a new promise, and this newness of life, if you will. Like I would think of a well. People like to go to the well, and who wouldn't, to get water, right? Jesus has that well. Jesus can give that well, can offer it to you, and you could dip and never have to thirst again. But if you need a sign before you get to that point, maybe the signals would be something like what moves your heart and what drives your heart. Is it scripture? Are you running towards God? Are you needing signposts that tell you which way to go? And if you do, drop me a comment. If you do, get a hold of me. I'm easy to get a hold of at any given time. Sign. But why though? New Testament signs often occur most often in reference to Jesus Christ's actions. Old Testament, God's power. The most common use of sign in the Old Testament points to God's power. Majority of the occurrences refer to miraculous demonstration of God's power. Each of the sign describes how the stars will announce the season, pointing to God's control of the universe. Signs can also be used to refer to the work of God's prophets. Sounds about right. God's promises in the... There it is, right there, promises. In the Old Testament, a sign can refer to God's promises, especially when connected with his covenant promises. Examples of sign referring to promises include a rainbow. That's right. Circumcision was a sign of God's covenant with Abraham. That's true. It's also an identification marker. So in the New Testament, it'll say circumcised of the heart. People misunderstood a lot of that, and now people are running around circumcised because their parents thought that it was the thing to do when a person's born, just for hygienic reasons, just to get it done for the males. They didn't know that it was a sign of God's covenant with Abraham, and usually Jews would practice this. I don't know if it's their current practice though, and I don't want a rabbit trail. The Sabbath is a sign of God's promise of sanctification. That's true. And people define this differently. It literally means Saturday. Saturday is a sign of God's promise. It's the sixth day where a person takes rest. And while it means Saturday, I think the more significant portion is that we take a rest. We don't know which day of the week God started work, right? But he called it the first day, and he didn't call it Moon Day. He didn't call it Sunday. He called it the first day. If Sabbath means to not work on Saturdays only, then all the pastors who work on Saturday are in trouble because they're working. So it's logically and realistically speaking, no. It's the sixth day. We should always take a rest. I hear people say, "Oh, the devil never takes a rest, so we should always constantly be working." And if that's the motto, then you may want to find a new advisor, because Satan lifts his eyes and says he's going to be like the Most High, or if not better or higher. And one extra step he could take is to work all the time and make himself higher than God. So if a person believes that they can work 7 days a week because Satan works 7 days a week, you might want a new mentor, because God only works 6 days a week. God placed a sign on Cain promising to avenge. Nobody knows what that sign is though. I like, if you ever watched Supernatural, I kind of like the sign they put on there. God placed a sign on Cain promising to avenge his death. They ain't killing it. Should anyone kill him? Simeon is used as the word for sign. Simon? Like Simon? Simeon? This is the same word used in the Septuagint to translate some other word in Koine Greek that I wouldn't know, pretend to know. Carries more connotations of the concept of miracle than its Hebrew counterpart. Septuagint to translate some other word in Koine Greek that I wouldn't know, pretend to know. carries more connotations of the concept of miracle than its Hebrew counterpart. I think it's waving. Am I wobbly when I do that? When I do this, am I wobbly? It doesn't shake with my desk? Oh, it's a 30-second delay.
We'll find out.
I'm at my 85th minute, but I think I spent the first 10 minutes in chess. I should probably take a brain break. My brain's starting to bog down a little bit. I can't stop shaking my legs. It's like I want to. It's because it's due tomorrow, and I don't have enough substance yet. I don't have the thumbs up yet, and I'm nervous personally. Anxious, I guess. Be anxious for nothing, Scripture says. My body's anxious, but mentally I'm not. Mentally, I think I'm fine. Meaning of the signs. Okay, the word may point to events and warn them of things to come. What is the sign that I shall go up to the house of the Lord? Okay. What is the sign that I should go up to the house of the Lord? It makes me wonder if the sundial is near the house of the Lord. Because God already knew he was going to ask about a sign. That's why God included it with his comment before all of this took place. This is Old Testament, so I have to come back here. So there's signs back here. This is of things to come. Divine intervention in the or instances of divine intervention in the past. John uses it uniquely. How does he use it? Often refers to the book of signs. Often referred to as the book of signs, is organized around specific actions of Jesus that author refers to as signs. Oh, hey, darling. Weren't you doing a thing on the different gospels? You were doing a thing on the different gospels, like what they naturally talk about. This one suggests that John uses signs a lot. The usage of sign in John is unique. John 1 through 12, often referred to as the book of signs, is organized around specific actions of Jesus that the author refers to as signs. If that's true, then New Testament, actually just John, right? Whoa! It's mentioned 53 times in the gospel. A handful from Mark, a handful from Luke. I don't see any in John though. Oh, there's like 1 or 2 in John. That one interests me though. What sign showest thou unto us, seeing that thou doest these things? They were really interested in signs. Except ye see signs and wonders, ye will not believe. This right here, this is what triggers me about, I'm gonna write this in so I don't forget. Bullet point. John 4:48. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't even really do anything, but
I know. But you spun around and listened. I appreciated it. John 40:48. Then said Jesus unto him, and I don't know who the him is yet, except, I want this in red, except ye see signs and wonders, ye will not believe. It's kind of like today anyways. Unless people see signs and wonders, they're not going to believe, and when they do, they'll just say it's a magic trick. Everyone's hallucinating all at once. And many other signs truly did Jesus in the presence of his disciples, which are not written in this book. Signs is mentioned 53 times in the New Testament. What about the Old Testament? 133 times. Wow. I saw some in the New Testament there. Okay. Yeah. Is it calculating the New Testament as well? Not in John. Let's just say Old Testament. Old and New. Let's say Old Testament. 80. It's mentioned 80 times. First time it's mentioned, and God said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day, and let them be for signs, or an indicator, for season days of year. There's this belief out there that you can define everything from the Bible by what's called the law of the first mention. And I disagree with that, because the Bible is 7,000 years old, and not the whole concept of the Bible. Because obviously, I mean, the New Testament wasn't written 7,000 years ago. It was assembled in scrolls, and to a point it came together. That's what I'm referencing. The scriptures, when people began recording God's movement or interaction with humanity, then it becomes a a book after thousands of years. It may have been less than 7,000 years though. People were writing on stones and tablets and papyri in Egypt. But this law of first mention, words change all the time. So when God says, "Let them be for signs," and this is, of course, the writer is Moses during this time. So I expect this lingo to match Moses's lingo, and for him and the rest of the people in that time, it sounds about right. The signs were an indicator of God's movement. Genesis 1:14 indicates that sign may mean an indicator of God's movement, that we are not blind to his activities behind. After all, we cannot see his activities, but we can experience the natural consequences of his activities. Hi, Jay. Need something?
I'm looking for the stool.
The stool is... I have not seen it. It could be in Zed's room. He was trying to do some cleaning. Maybe he was trying to get some stuff on that top shelf.
I'll ask you.
Sure.
Stool or
Step ladder?
Step ladder.
step ladder?
Oh. Wow. Mom knows where everything is. She is like amazing. It's like all moms that have this special gift.
Sounds like Jay's about to do my suggestion. I asked him if he could do.
Wonderful.
Putting the curtains up in that one room to block out the cold.
Hmm. If you want, I don't think the curtains need to match necessarily. I know that upstairs there's 2 curtains upstairs,
Yeah.
and I think it would do one window in the dining room. But you're right. If we were to put something up there, it'll help keep the cold out.
Yeah. The curtain's already up there at the.
I still like the shutter idea because it's wood. It's an insulator just as much as the curtain. However, to paint them is going to cost the same as curtains, so it doesn't really matter to me. If you want to go to the store and try to find those kinds of curtains, like a silver kind of curtains, I don't think it needs to match the rest of the house.
Okay.
It'll look kind of bland if it did.
One's upstairs and one's downstairs. Maybe.
For the dining room,
Okay.
I think the ones upstairs need to be put on too because it was pretty cold in that room.
Yeah. That's why I asked you.
Yeah.
To do that.
Okay. What about downstairs in the dining room?
Gotta take measurements.
Okay.
On the curtain.
The curtains only come in a few sizes though. It just really all depends on how long you want them.
Right. That's why I needed a measure to see how long.
Right. Okay. Definitely not 84. I think it's gonna be the shorter versions. Just because there's only two like length versions, and then there's like how much this way are you gonna go? Do you need one or two of them? Or
Right.
yeah, that part I could definitely see.
Those measurements then. Well, actually, I'll need that after I finish this discussion board.
Oh, that's a good stretch. We can experience the natural consequences of his activities. That's probably close enough for signs. Any other words? I like this back button. This back button is great. Go back to my Isaiah 22 or something. There we go. But he wants a sign. I guess that's where I left off. Go to the house of the Lord. A sign is the only thing historically. No, there was a list, wasn't there? There it is. Sickness, temple, a structure that was perceived to be a abode of the deity, where worship often takes place. Yep. Typically, in the temple of the Jews, though, they had three parts. They had an outer part, an inner part, and like an inner part. Three cores. In the words of Shrek, kind of like an onion, kind of like in layers, if you will. And the inner part, or the inner room, it has like a thing right in between, a partition, if you will, a cloth. Then it has the Ark of the Covenant inside that room, and they believe that's exactly where God sat, and they call it the Bema seat. So the temple is a place where all of that is supposed to be stored, or maybe, I think in the New Testament, I don't know where that Ark was at. I know somebody tried to do a trace on the Ark, and Ark of the Covenant found ? More tools. There it is. Anytime. Let's say within the past year. Relic hunters searching for the Ark claims sacred. Narrowed it down to a few locations, I guess. Beneath the Temple of Jerusalem. This would make sense because temples, the structure was perceived to abode with a deity, and worship often took place. But nobody can find it. I believe it still exists. I really do. I don't think it looks like this, though. The U.S. Sun. Don't believe it. Ark of the Covenant. World History Encyclopedia. Ark in the Wilderness. Yeah, they carry that thing around. It's like carrying God. So that's what it was. This is the temple. I guess it wasn't the temple. It was the tents that they had, and then it turned into a temple. Like a permanent residence or something. If the whole world is God, why does he need to be in one spot? the whole universe is God, why does it need to be in one spot? It's outside of. He can be where he wants. Theories concerning the Ark find elements culled from Jewish Hellenistic literature. Oh, they found sheets of copper with scripture on it, I guess. This is a .org, maybe. Maybe it has .org holds some level of validity. There's that cloth I was talking about, that partition. They don't know. They don't know where it's at. Covenant riddle? Temple. Take a look at that. It was a symbol of God's presence with his people. Portable sanctuary and keeping, tabernacle, from tabernacle to temple at some point. Tabernacle when they were wandering in the desert, and eventually Solomon had built a temple. A lot of taxing, I think. Solomon began to build the house of the Lord right there at Jerusalem. Sacred temple. To be holy, the 10 occurs 19 times. House of the Lord. Yeah. Underworld, that's one of the other ones too. I think it was one of the words I had up here. The pinning sick. It's up here somewhere. There's the shepherd's tent. What if I did that in terms of Jesus? Mine age is departed and is removed from me as a shepherd's tent. Nah, no way. I'm sure there's something there, but I know that it's around here somewhere. That's Sheol, right? Gates of the grave. But he talks about like nothingness as well. Undertake. There it is. Underworld. Undertake. No, it isn't. I know it's in here somewhere. That's Sheol. Oh, that's Boar. Usually that's Sheol. Okay, let me try one more time. Gates of the grave. Land of the living, which is opposite of gates of the grave. Land of the living. Inhabitants of the world, shepherd's tents. Cutting off pining. Make an end of me. Death is coming. Broken bones. Even day and night will make an end of me. More end of me, as poetry would allow. So I did mourn as a dove, mine eye upward. I am oppressed, undertake for me. What has done, the bitterness of my soul. Maybe it was 17. I think it was 17. Pit of corruption. There it is. Underworld. Sheol. That was my half my theory. I still think it's hell though. The pit of corruption. Because those that are corrupted, tend to go to a place where there's no good, where there's only God's judgment. And that doesn't imply having a beer or cracking one open. Oh. Yeah, Job even talked about it. Thou art my father to the worm. Psalms. His father talked about it. His father? No, his father's father is like way before him. Anything in the New Testament? Some things in the New Testament. Perdition. Bottomless pit. Perdition. Yeah, I'm starting to think it's hell more and more I look into this. Bottomless pit. Pit of corruption. Yeah, I think it's talking about hell. Which Jews say that hell is a concept later introduced before or way after events like this, but pit of corruption tells me otherwise. Pit of corruption tells me that they believe there's two sides. There's on one side there's paradise, and then there's a great cavern in between, or a great pit in between. I can't remember what it's called. It'll come to me later though. And then on the other side is hell. Fire and heat causes a person to dehydrate to the point where even a drop of water is desirable. And that parable comes from Jesus, so it's going to be really, really hard to argue something like that. When Jesus died on the cross, he went, like Jonah in the well, the belly, he went to the belly of the earth. And I'm not saying that hell is in the center of the earth. I don't know where hell is at. Nobody does. He evidently has taken those out of hell and placed them in, or not hell, but out of paradise and placed them into heaven. And I think the only thing left now is just hell, or what this would be called pit of corruption. So I'm thinking this is the pit of corruption is hell. I think so. Weaving, practice made by cloth, interlacing. Okay, I think Underworld is a winner to be put on here too in some way. Cultural concepts. Oh, they believed that it's a place that existed conceptually beneath the earth. This was considered a place of punishment for the dead. Underworld. Do I have access? I have access to the Dead Sea Scrolls. I can't interpret it. Yeah, I don't know Hebrew. But these are all the Dead Sea Scrolls that they found so far, and I'm allowed to have access to them. I don't have access to the translations though. How much would that cost? That'd be a lot. Let's see, learn more. What would that be? Usually they can come in bundles or something. And typically it says like typically it says included in some like package or something. I don't know what that package would be. Got another hour, man. Is it raining outside? You can't tell if it's raining outside? Yeah. I agree. It's cold out there. I think there was supposed to be snow last night. Yeah. No, it just disappeared, huh? Ground is kind of too warm. Mystery object off South Florida identified. Somebody secretly building something? Looks pretty good. It's almost 40 degrees. When you bundle up, go play. You have an hour. Go play outside or something. Go. The park is just down the road, man. Go do some running. Cultural concepts. Geographic locations. Atlas. This is a trail I don't need to follow right now. A lot of evidence to support. I don't have access to any of that. What is this? Oh, it's under Shoal. The grave, place for standing in, is inadequate. Shoal is better understood in the Hebrew term for underworld. Notion board has Septuagint translated decided to translate Hebrew term Shoal. The Greek word Hades for both netherworld and the god of the underworld Greek mythology. Activity. There is no elaborate journey, gates, stages on the underworld. So an ongoing fate. Beliefs about death appear diverged in Old Testament period, both Israel and elsewhere in ancient Near East. Divergence shows a move towards elaborate beliefs, postmodernism or postmortem existence towards greater skepticism concerning such beliefs. In the Old Testament, the most explicit expression of uncertainty over postmortem existence is found in Ecclesiastes. Hole maker?
He calls it a hole maker, but I think he means a
Drill bit? I don't know where they're at either. What's up, Malibu? Woo! What's up? You want to play, huh? You want to play? Bijou!
Maybe I'll just bring that one.
Ah, that's what it's called. Impassable gulf that was fixed between life and death. No, that was a fixed gulf that Jesus said. Irwin commented that it is plain that no impassable gulf was fixed between life and death. It almost seems as if life went on quite uninterrupted by death. Those in Hades will still need to be fed and clothed, and those that need to be met by the living. Interesting. Greek mythology is interesting. It's something I follow. I don't follow it, but it is interesting. During the Second Temple period, diversity beliefs about death and life after death is reflected in the distant views of Sadducees and Pharisees recorded in the New Testament. Pharisees affirmed belief in bodily resurrection from the dead and taught that those who denied this had no part in the world to come. And it's the same thing that I've learned earlier. Okay. Geographic locations. Welcome back, Jeremiah. When you stand back there, out of my peripheral, it makes me think you're trying to respect us. At the same time, if you're standing there, you're waiting for us to grab attention. Wouldn't it just be easier just to walk up at us and say, "Excuse me," instead of waiting there for like 20 minutes? The ground is cold, man. What do you want? Yeah, isn't it cold? The cement?
I stood outside for like 10 minutes, so this feels warm to me.
Oh. You took the dog out?
No, I was looking for the tools.
Oh, the tools.
and so,
What you need?
I couldn't find the drill bits.
I'm sorry. I have no idea where they're at, man. I don't know. I don't know. I'm running through in my head because I know you did the ones in the living room, but I don't know where they were placed, sadly. Did you check the toolbox? Not the one with the sockets in it, but the other one? It may be in there. Oh, it's right down there. Yeah, maybe. Might be in there. Atlas. Assyrian exile. That's what I'm looking for anyway. So let's see. I still don't know the place though, where all this went down. When he got sick. It was somewhere in Judea though. Judea. Wonder if it was Jerusalem. Maybe he was in Jerusalem. Part of Judea. Up here was the northern kingdom. Jerusalem is a focal point, like everywhere. Geographic locations, I'm gonna say possibly Jerusalem. I don't know why it starts over here. Shouldn't be in here, Mount Olives? Gihon? Mount Ephron? I don't think it was called Jerusalem yet. I don't know where he's at. But it says it's somewhere nearby, like way back here somewhere. The house of the Lord. Probably the temple. Not temple. Wait, yeah, probably was a temple. If we went to the house of the Lord, then it was probably the temple. Where was the temple located? Probably in Jerusalem, right? Because that's... Jerusalem. Ancient Jerusalem. Where they go from? He was in Jerusalem. The house of the Lord is located in Jerusalem. So he wasn't in the house of the Lord dying, of course. He was... Oh. Well, he's not a priest. He can't be a priest. Look at that. Hezekiah prayed unto the Lord, saying, O Lord of hosts, God of Israel, that dwellest between the cherubims. That would be the two angels that face each other like this. Like this. Thou art God, even thou alone of all the kingdoms of earth. Thou hast made heaven and earth. Incline your ear, O Lord, and hear. Open thine eyes, O Lord, and see. Which God does anyways. I don't know what's up with that. And hear all the words of Sennacherib. Interesting. Here I am. I remember doing this yesterday, trying to search for Hezekiah. Was born. Typically, the first mention, Hezekiah. I misspelled his name. Hezekiah. Oh, New Testament. Whoops. There we go. Usually the first mention. Ahaz slept with his fathers and was buried in the city of David, and Hezekiah reigned in his stead. In his stead. In the best of the 3rd year of Hoshea, Hezekiah son of Ahaz, king of Judah, began to reign. It came to pass that the 4th year of King Hezekiah, the 7th year, besieged it. 3 years they took it. The 6th year Hezekiah was the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Sumer, was taken. Cities of Judah. So it's still unclear, but definitely in Judah somewhere. So Judah was this lower part. Still kind of unclear though. I'd like to know if it was near where Jesus died. That's the intention here. But I don't get any indication of as to the where. Hello again, Zed. What's up, man? I'm going to the park. See you later. Do you need a hat? Okay. If your ears start burning, could you return to the house and warm them? Wonderful. Love you too. I can't quickly find it. He's mentioned 128 times too. Wow. The king of Assyria sent Rabshakeh from Lachish to Jerusalem unto the king Hezekiah with a great army. So he lived in Jerusalem for sure. That's confirmed. Isaiah 36. Hezekiah lived in Jerusalem. Isaiah 36:2. And the house of the Lord was located in Jerusalem, so he lived nearby it. Why doesn't the map show Jerusalem though? Isn't that where Jerusalem is? Right here? Yeah. Jerusalem's right over here somewhere. It's not portraying Jerusalem. Because it's the northern temple, that's why. This one. Pardon me. Oh, yeah. Right there somewhere. Cancel all. Copy. Mount of Olives Way. Aramaic, it's called Golgotha, and in Latin it's called Calvary. Place of the skull. They don't have an exact place. Looking up the place of Jesus' death, which I already knew, Golgotha and Calvary. When I was first a Christian, I heard these two places. Like, I thought it was contradictory, but it's a language thing. Golgotha is in one language, Calvary is in a different language. It references the same point. I even think I have a picture on Logos about it. But it'll be too much of a side trail. The hill of execution was outside the city of the walls of Jerusalem, apparently near the road and not far from the sepulchre where Jesus was buried. The exact location is uncertain, but most scholars prefer either the spot now covered by the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, or Hillock, called Gordon's Calvary, which means skull, Gordon's skull. I think that's what, right from the word Calvary, bald head or skull. Yeah, Gordon's skull, just north of the Damascus Gate. Let's see if I could find a. Let me see. Let's bring this back up. I don't remember how to change this. What? Let's go here. This looks like fun. Oh. Jordan? Shouldn't it be over here somewhere? What's it doing way over here? Well, I guess that answers the question. Is around the same place where Jesus died. Jesus died just outside Jerusalem. I want to say 650 plus, or ish years after this event. Doesn't seem to bear any record, or not a record, but doesn't seem to bear any meaning to the verse. Just if we have to take a look at Jesus everywhere. He's everywhere in Scripture. We just have to search the Scriptures. That's what the apostles did. They searched the Scriptures. It's Old and New Testament. They search Scriptures. Oh, I misspelled it. Search the Scriptures. Right there. Jesus' command. Search the Scriptures. For in them ye think ye have eternal life, and they are they which testify of me. Search the Scriptures. Want to find life? Do you want to know where life is at? Search the Scriptures. These were more noble than those in Thessalonica, in that they received the word with all readiness of mind, and search the Scriptures daily. Search the Scriptures daily. Whether those things were so. Search the Scriptures daily. I think that's one thing I could do, is daily. I usually don't on Thursdays, but I really need to. It does say daily. Something you don't take a break from. It's not like you take a break from your parents, right? Or your brothers, your sister, your family member, guardian. Save some processor by turning that off. Okay. Now I'm down to the commentaries. Before I get to that, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to use a bathroom break, and then I'm probably going to take a mental break, and then I'm going to come back and do a ton of reading. Or just probably pretty much going to be music. return. And before I dive right into the commentaries, especially looking out for verse 13 and 17, ancient literature, important words, commentaries, that's one. So I've ordered this based on my my stage setup. My stage setup, of course, is just a bunch of things, like from Hayden Robinson all the way to what I've learned in Moody Bible Institute. Mostly Hayden Robinson, though, at least the stage. And then some other things. I like going to the denomination of Baptist. I am a Baptist preacher, after all. I don't agree with everything on this list. Sometimes I go to the Methodist. Especially for this, the Women's Bible Commentary, it helps to give good clues or insight, because I think 60% to 70% of our congregation is women. And a lot of them, I'd say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think 7 of them are widows. Good majority of them are widows. There's a few men, quite a few. But I think there's more women than men currently. So it's good to have a good read on the Women's Bible Commentary to see their perspective. They're different. Women are different from men. There's no arguing that point. They're different. Can they do the same things as men? Sure, they have the capacity to do these things. And they might be able to do it well in some cases. I don't typically go to Pentecostal, and I'm surprised that this is right here. You can't see the icon or anything, it's kind of blurry, but I've seen this before, how to read. I'm very shocked, actually, because Gordon Fee, I would have never thought would be a Pentecostal category. Yeah, Gordon Fee. Interesting. Douglas Stewart. Oh, okay. Reformed, Calvin, you'll find there. I don't really go through all these commentaries. I have all of these commentaries at my disposal. And there was a day when I did actually read each one of these on the topic or on the scripture at hand. Typically there's more than this. I don't have the New Testament on here. I do have New Testament commentaries. I think this one's just Old Testament because we're focused in Old Testament. This also says Acts. Let's go back to Isaiah 38. Well, that's a weird way of Isaiah 38. So I don't know about series, Baptist commentary, authors. I am going to go to Baptist though. The reason why I have more than the rest of them, like Anabaptist or Anglican, actually I have more than the Anglican. I think this part maybe because of Logos though. I'm not an Anglican, I am a Baptist, and these are the Old Testament ones. When I went to I think it was a seminary, or not seminary, it was a seminary, Midwestern Seminary, Spurgeon's College. I was told to not read 30 of them. It's cool if I was a full-time pastor and I was able to do that, then 30 would be really appropriate, but try to find a handful that you could trust and use them. And these are somewhat, I can only trust somewhat of these, so I end up taking what the overlaps are. I don't believe every word, never believe every word mankind says, ever, even if it's a commentary. We all make mistakes, so I'm going to take a look at I'm going to close some of these tabs because it makes it easier. Right, Lexingham Content Commentary. Before I read this though, I am going to play a warm-up game, get my brain back in order. Okay. 5 minute was a little rough on me earlier. Maybe 10. The King's Opening. It's my favorite. feel like I should play this. And then he takes, then I don't have much left. I think I'm gonna wait for him to take his bishop out here. And then I'll take. Because then he'll take, and then I move my pawn and I fork 2 pieces. What else could I do to get ready though? Just in case. I think this is a good move. At least my pawn will be protected in some way. Yeah, there we go. He takes. Then I move these and fork 2 pieces. I'm proud of this move. A good move would be this way. Protecting the knight. I'm still gonna take it, but... And then, as I take his knight, like he moves here to protect the knight. I move here, take it. He takes the pawn. I wonder what I'm gonna do next. I think I should have moved there. Maybe to entice his horse. Welcome back, Jay. I have a bazooka. That's gonna annoy somebody. Oh. Cool. What's more valuable? If I move here, then the natural consequence is this. I could take, if I move here, the natural consequence is either here, here, or here, or here. I could take any of those. I could take this square, but he'd have to move here. And if he does, I can kick. Opening the queen side. I might be able to do a royal discharge. Nope, he's not gonna go for it. Okay. Royal discharge is, I think he's up now. I lost my bishop trying to go for this gambit. Oops. He can go here and... Oh, maybe not. Oh, here's not a good move either. Here, he loses it. Here, he loses it. One day, I'm gonna be a grandmaster at chess. I feel it. I'm gonna castle because he doesn't have a queen. Wait, I can't. Can I castle? It says I can't. Because I moved my king over. Okay. I like those kind of checks. If I move there, I could take with my horse, or I could threaten his horse actually. But I also pinned my horse until I move. That was a really nice move. Castling like that put me in check. If I move my pawn up, bishop over here, I could probably... I can't take any of these without losing a major piece. If he moves down twice, that might hurt. He has... Oh, he can't move there. Moves there, opening up these. If he moves here, here and here, it would put me in check in 2. But I'd still be able to take, even if he won't move here because that would be my outpost, not his. pieces. Okay, he's slowly creeping in. He's making an outpost, maybe? Maybe he'll move this out of the way, move this down twice. No, it wouldn't be down this way. Probably be this way. Maybe he wants this square. Where's he going? Not there. Here? I'll just take... If he goes here, it does create a bit of an outpost for him. I mean, backwards outpost, I guess. But he wouldn't get rid of this. I don't know what he's doing. I'm gonna stick with my original plan. Take. Might have to move my rook over one. He's certainly counting on it. One, two. If he moves this right here somewhere, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Move him up twice. It puts threat on this pawn. Yeah, he does want to move up here. I still don't know why he wants to move up here. Maybe to take this pawn if I advance it, or because he knows I want to go this way. Maybe I feel more comfortable going this way. Well, I can't because of this right here. That's right. Oh, he was after the pawn. Oh, okay. If I move it up one, it'll just create a disaster for myself. If I move him up one, it'll make him stuck between these two squares. And it's not a loose pawn, so we'll do that. We're gonna block him, and then I'll move this pawn up. Actually, I really thought he was gonna do an all-out war right here, and I need my rook there. He's putting pressure on my rook. I didn't think about that. He could probably sneak out nowhere. That's his only safe spot. Once I move my rook here, it's over. That bishop is mine. Even if he moves down twice, or if he moves down here, it's not a good move. The bishop is mine. Ooh, why didn't I think about that? Why didn't I think about that? Oh, darn it. Do people use bots all the time? That is lame. Downright lame. If he doesn't do anything with that king, maybe I can take my rook over here. If he moves down this way. I don't think I could protect the rook just yet. Not that way. I need this square out of the way to protect him. I may have to retreat and attack his... Oh, my other rook. Oh, man. Okay, what can I do? I'm gonna lose a rook no matter what. I don't think I have anything. I think I'm just gonna resign. Well, that's 3 games lost today. somewhere where I know I can be a winner. Okay, commentaries. Faith or unbelief in a sovereign Lord. 36 to 39. Commonly called the Isaianic narratives, deals with the events surrounding the Sennacherib's attack on Judah in 701 BC. Is there? There is audio capture. My microphone's not lighting up. It's weird. It's a brief overview of what I read. So there's a the Assyrian army is wiped out. God steps to protect Jerusalem. That's what it is. The Assyrian army is wiped out. Sennacherib returns home, where he is eventually killed by his sons. Chapter 38 proceeds. 701 BC records Hezekiah's healing by God, who gives him 15 more years of life. It also contains Hezekiah's song of praise for his deliverance, and maybe that's what it meant by deliverance. There was a deliverance earlier. I like putting these in tables, and then I'll reference the person. This one's Mangum. It's the first time I think Douglas Mangum. Douglas Mangum. Mangun or Gum? Gum. And then bullet points, and then I'll draw it back. Deliverance. I recall earlier it was God was going to do a deliverance and a defense. So deliver from his illness, defend from personal thought, insight. Because it wasn't Douglas, but he did mention it though a little bit, so I'm putting it in here. I was eating earlier. Put my, let's see, personal thought, insight was God delivered Hezekiah from sickness and defended Jerusalem from another invasion. I think it came later. English makes no sense. They use a T-I-O-N or an S-I-O-N. The sovereign Lord will send his servants. Well, that would be the chapter after that, I think. A few chapters. Yeah, this is outside the domain of the theme, so I'm not there. Okay. So that was a nice overview. It didn't take too long through that one. Hezekiah's life-threatening illness. The event recorded in chapter 38 probably occurred the year before Sennacherib's invasion. When Hezekiah became seriously ill, Isaiah announced to him that he would die. Reminding the Lord of his faithful deeds, and the king pleaded for his life, the Lord decided to give Hezekiah 15 more years and also promised that he would protect Jerusalem from the Assyrians. In response to Hezekiah's request for confirming a sign, the Lord refraction from the sun's rays so that the shadow they cast were reversed. He says refracted. Okay. I still like the wormhole theory. David Dockery. The Lord believes the Lord refracted the sun's rays so that the shadow they cast was reversed. Verses 21 through 22 are misplaced and belong between 38, 6 through 7. Oh. Really? He says it belongs between 38, 6 through 7. It's not often you see a Baptist commentary saying that there was an error in placement. I would have to go take a look at the original manuscripts to verify that one. Behold, I will send between 6 and 7. I don't know if I agree with that. Oh, I'm in 37:1. Wow. No, I don't agree with this. Still, I don't think it goes between 6 and 7, because the person speaking here, it says, "Go and say to Hezekiah, thus saith the Lord, God of David, I've heard thy prayer, I've seen thy years." Yeah, this is God talking, because this is the word that came to the Lord, to Isaiah. Now, in terms of events, probably. Like, if this was Isaiah speaking, then yeah, sure, why not? But I think before before this has occurred, I would agree that before the writing was accomplished, I think the writing was done in between. There was a maybe not the cutting off my days in the gates of the grave. I am deprived, meaning present tense when he was writing it. I am deprived of the residue of my years. If this happened afterwards, then he says, I thought I would be deprived of the residue of my years, but God has given him 15 extra years. So, unless, he thought he was going to live to 70 and God only gave him 15, then maybe. I said, I shall not see the Lord, even the Lord in the land of the living. Almost sounds like he lost his sight on the Lord. I shall behold man no more. I shall, right there. That verifies that this was past. Like when he was sick, during the time that he was sick. Because if he's healed, why would you say, I shall behold no man no more? Like, if you're healed, that doesn't make sense. I did mourn as a dove. I did mourn as a dove. Like a crane, so did I chatter. That sounds a little past. I reckon till morning. Oh, I reckon till morning. Once my bones are breaking for the day, it shall end for me. Mine age is departed, and removed from me as a shepherd's tent. I have cut off the weaver's pinning sickness from day even the night. And then I reckon becomes past tense, where this is active. This is past. I reckon to morning that a lion he breaks my bones, even today. Wonder if he's questioning his faith at this point. Like, he maybe have heard the words, and then was like, I don't know about that. Maybe in the morning, maybe I'll find out. There's some level of hope, though, it looks like. I guess I can go with that. Like a crane or a swallow, I did chatter, or so did I chatter. Right? That sounds past tense still, as if to say he's been healed. Thanks, love. You cold? You cold? Okay. Hey, I didn't catch this until now. Remember how it was saying to pay attention to like the present or past tense in your studies? So he this is a little bit jumbled, a little bit, from here to, like, the sequence goes from here to here as like Hezekiah gets sick and he's told that he will die, and then from here to like here he's begging God for life, and then from here to like this right here, yeah, from these two spots, this is all God talking to Isaiah. And it says, so the sun degree, so this is displaced. I mean, it's like, okay, this all happened, but between these two, the sentence right here, when God was speaking, stuff happened right there, right in here somewhere, and then this activity happened. And all of this in between is this writing that Hezekiah does. So as he's sick, because it says when he had been sick, right, and was recovered. So this, I expect that this right here was going to have two sets. One, a writing when he was sick and when he was recovered. So when is it split? So I looked at just now, and it just dawned on me. Thank God, I do thank God for it. I said in the cutting of my days, I shall go in the gates of the grave. I am deprived of the residue. If you're healed, do you ever say, I am deprived of the residue of my years? I said, I shall not see the Lord. I said, I shall not see the Lord in the land of the living. I shall behold man no more. It sort of sounds like past tense, actively past tense, and then it goes right here in verse 12. Mine age is departed from me, is removed from me in the shepherd's tent. I have cut off a weaver for my life. He will cut me off from the with pining sickness. So he's a sad little man at the end of his rope right here. From even today and tonight, I reckoned, or I tried to make myself comfort till the morning. And right here, I think is when right here is probably when he was maybe have been told that he's going to live instead, but he doesn't believe it all the way. I think that might be true. Because he reckoned until the morning that as a lion he will break all my bones. I comfort myself till the morning that as a lion so will he break all my bones. It doesn't make sense to me, so I was trying to make sense of it. I think that he has lost faith that God is going to, or he doesn't believe what Isaiah said, that I will spare your life. Even from day and night wilt thou make an end of time of me. So. And he says, like a crane, a swallow, so did I chatter. Meaning that's kind of like past tense, active past tense. Like he's saying this actively in a present tense manner, but past tense as well. I did mourn as a dove. Mine eyes fail with me looking upwards. O Lord, I am oppressed. Undertake for me. If you're fully healed and ready to go, do you ever say, I am oppressed? So I assume that right here is admittance in some way or another. See, it's kind of scattered. What shall I say? He hath both said unto me and hath done, so I shall have. What shall I say? He both spoken unto me and himself hath done it. I shall go softly all my years in bitterness of my soul. I shall go softly all my years in the bitterness of my soul. I wonder if he's talking about the 15 years now. Right there.
Possible.
Still. O Lord, by these things men live. By what things? And all these things is the life of my spirit. So wilt thou recover me and make me to live. It sounds like he heard it, didn't believe it at first. Like he didn't believe that he's going to have an extra 15 years, that he's still going to die soon enough anyways. And then he's like coming around and, behold, or look, for peace I had great bitterness. But thou hast in love to my soul delivered it from the pit of corruption, which I determined to be hell. Because they don't really have any other kind of, it's Sheol, but there's a other side of Sheol called the pit, like the hell. No other way around it. Hell is the word for it. It's a place where God's judgment is placed on the corrupted. It's the pit of the corrupted. For thou hast cast all my sins behind my back. Look at that. And the grave cannot praise, for the grave cannot praise thee, death cannot celebrate thee, which is something that David would say, by the way. And they that go down to the pit cannot hope for the truth. It sounds like something Job would say. And the living shall praise thee, as I do this day. The father to the children shall make known thy truth. The Lord was ready to save me. So it almost makes, this is like the song after he heard it, maybe. Like before and after. Therefore we will sing my songs in string and instrument all the days of life in the house of the Lord. It also says we. It's almost like he didn't believe and he started to believe. I don't think this was written all at one time. I think this was written a few days, in the course of a few days. So enough for a letter to arrive to another king. This is the next chapter. But it is almost like he wrote it like it says, just like it says. But this letter was written, and if he had found out the news or the truth, then this part right here may need to go up here somewhere, and then this right here. But it's split off. For Isaiah had said, let them take a lump of figs and lay it for a plaster upon the boil, and he shall recover. Hezekiah said, what is the sign that I shall go up to the house of the Lord? I'm kind of glad it's right here though, because God had said before Hezekiah even asked for a sign, God just brings it out. Behold, I will bring again a shadow of degrees. Again, bring again? Yeah, he did it once. He did it once in Joshua. He needed an extra day, so God gave him about a day. So the about a day. And because this was 40 minutes long, 10 degrees is 40 minutes, they now assume about a day was 23 hours and 20 minutes. So, because it's only mentioned twice when God turned back time.
Right.
So, anyways, I said that because the past tense, I am deprived, kind of betrays information. But when he goes to active tense, we will sing the songs. Meaning he knows he's going to be alive. There's a tense change. We will.
Makes sense.
In the house of the Lord, not in the kingdom of God, not in the kingdom of, or in heaven or in Sheol, but in the literal temple of the Lord. So he believes he's going to be alive. But this is definitely something that David would say. The grave cannot praise thee. This would be a good reason to stay alive. The grave can't praise Yahweh, but when we're in the kingdom of God, kingdom of heaven, we can praise him. So anyways, I thought I'd point that out. Oh, another reason why I pointed that out is because of this. This commentator, which is a Baptist commentator, said verses 21 and 22 are misplaced and belong between 6 and 7. He's saying this right here, or Isaiah said, how to fix up the boil and stuff. These two verses belong right, he said 6 and 7, right?
Mhm.
So right here, right after the word city, right there is where he says it belongs. I disagree, and the reason being is because this dialogue is God. The word came to the Lord, to Isaiah. This is God speaking. God is the one that says go, and say to Hezekiah, thus saith the Lord, all of this. How could this right here go here? And it shall be a sign to thee, the Lord will do this thing he has spoken. I mean, this is still God talking. How could you suppose that maybe God was talking to Isaiah right in front of, Hezekiah? I doubt it. So this is Hezekiah's dialogue. Why would Hezekiah's dialogue be smacked right in the middle of God's dialogue? That makes no sense to me. So I disagree with this author a little bit.
Unless he was asking a question and not answered.
Mm-hmm. Most likely, because most Jews ask for a sign all the time. But, it's still the dialogue. It doesn't go usually inserted into a dialogue. So I don't know if I agree with this. So I don't believe everything in commentaries.
Right.
I think I stretched out that leg long enough. This started streaming 3 hours ago. More like 4 hours ago. Almost 4 hours ago. I did start a little bit before this. I didn't get much done though, so it's not really accurate. Oh, there's the sign right there. The sign we should look for is, therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel, which is Hebrew for son of Isaiah. What is Emmanuel? Meaning of names. What? I used this thing yesterday. What's going on here? Let's clear all that. There we are. Salvation of the Lord. Yahweh is helper. Salvation is of the Lord. Save the Yahweh. So what about Emmanuel? God with us. Emmanuel. God with us. Butter and honey shall he eat, that he may know how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child shall know to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land that thou abhorrest shall be forsaken of both her kings. Oh, the Romans. Oh. And that was done beforehand. Oh, that's freaky. I mean, say you stumble upon a scroll and you're able to discern it, and then in that scroll it says you're able to determine that this scroll is long before, hundreds of years in fact, before 0 AD. And you read before the child is born, like you read all this and you say refuse evil and choose the good, in the land of Boris shall be forsaken of both her kings. You found that in the script. You'd think, well, this was written before the Romans took over, and that would be kind of chilling, wouldn't it? I think Matthew likes doing stuff like that. That piques his interest. Not Mark though, or it could be Mark. Not Luke. Luke is different. Luke's a historian and a medic. This is really interesting, how this relates to signs. Are you getting Christmas stuff? That's crazy. Bruh, we haven't even, cooked the turkey. Amia, tell them, we haven't even cooked the turkey yet. Next, they're going to want me to put the lights outside. You know that? Okay. Go ahead and grab it. I don't get this. It says, I think it was Isaiah talking here, right? Pekah? Yes. Pekah, a biblical man, is talking. It's in Isaiah. It's in Isaiah. Whoever this guy is. Let's see if the Lord... I don't know who it is. It's talking. It doesn't say exactly right now. Oh, okay. It is Isaiah. And Isaiah, go forth and meet Ahaz at the end of the conduit of the upper pool, and say to him, take heed and be quiet. Fear not, neither faint-hearted, two tails, smoking firebrands. Was this king good or evil? Ahaz. I don't think I have that picture up right now. Actually, I don't think I have it at all. I think I might have forgotten to copy it over. I did. did. Profit chart. Meh. Meh. That's kind of hard to read now. Mistakes were made. Yeah. I can't seem to zoom into this thing. Maybe another program. Open with maybe Microsoft 3D. Nope. Mistakes were made. Let's go find this chart again. His son Ahaz was evil. Evil. Okay. God still talks to the evil. Evidently. Ask thee a sign of the Lord thy God. Moreover, the Lord spake again unto Ahaz, through Isaiah evidently, saying, Ask thee a sign of the Lord thy God. Ask it either in the depth or in the height above. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, neither will I tempt or test the Lord. And he said, Hear ye now, O house of David. Is it a small thing for you to weary men, but will ye weary my God also? Cause to be weary, physically or mentally fatigued. No kidding. Is it a good thing to ask for a sign then, or a bad thing? In terms of promise, I guess it's a good thing. It's gonna be hard to figure that one out. So his son doesn't ask for a sign. In response to the Lord's merciful deliverance, Hezekiah offered a song of thanksgiving in which he recalled his time of need, acknowledged the Lord's intervention, and promised to praise him all his days. Has twofold purpose. First, Hezekiah serves as an example to God, people of dependence on the Lord in the midst of the crisis. I guess that's copyable. Hezekiah serves as an example to God's people of dependence on the Lord in the midst of a crisis. So put first. Amia. Second. Here's a good girl. Hezekiah's recovery was representative of the nation's future. Ooh. Hezekiah's recovery was representative of the nation's future. Oops. Lowercase. Except that needs to be it's a proper noun. What? Eh. Just as the Lord healed Hezekiah and granted him additional years, he will give Judah and Jerusalem a new lease on life by miraculously moving the Syrian threat. Nevertheless, like Hezekiah's brief extended life, so Judah and Jerusalem's day may be numbered. That's a pretty good, interesting overlap. Didn't see that before. Just as Hezekiah has additional years, so will Judah. God will heal the land, or deliver. Oh, and that sign, okay. Deliver from Assyrian threat. Threat. There we go. Who knew throat and threat are just one letter away from each other? It just says Hezekiah has additional years, so will Judah. Personal thought. Just as Hezekiah was healed, so was our existence. I'm gonna respell existence correctly. Existence. Just as Hezekiah, so was our existence. We are given a small period of years, of decades, in comparison to eternity. Zedekias, I noticed that you were over here somewhere and then you ran off. What's going on? Huh? Is that a question? Oh, sounded like one. Okay. Did you get in any trouble? No, just a normal discussion, right? All is still good? No reason to lie? When did you get those pants?
At the school when he had an accident.
Oh. Okay. This week? Oh, I misunderstood a lot. Amia, you're not supposed to be over there. Okay. Hey, get yourself a couple of pieces of candy and then go upstairs, okay? Where's your candy? I think it's in that bag right there. On top of the filing cabinet. Yep. See if your brother might want one. Just grab one for him too. Whatever you think. He likes chocolate. Our decades are number in comparison to eternity, just as Hezekiah was delivered from the Assyrians, we are delivered from death, a permanent separation from God, into a place dubbed hell, but also what do you call it? Pit of corruption. Oh yeah, thanks darling. I totally forgot about that. It's 1:15. Haven't even started writing the thing yet. Practice, not even the slideshow. Mm-hmm. Is everything okay? There seems to be a lot of commotion going on for picking out a couple of pieces of candy. Hmm. Hope and restoration is the next theme. Smith Gary. I feel like the medicine I took this morning isn't effective. I feel like the medicine I took this morning is not effective. I'm gonna ask the doctor on the next visit. Not to increase the dose, but change the category of medicine for a small period and then return it. Hezekiah requested deliverance. So in God's name, be glorified. The approaching death of Hezekiah indicated Hezekiah was not the true hope for Judah, although God extended the life of Hezekiah to produce miraculous signs. Because Judah walked in a pattern consistent with God's wishes, God was the only true source of hope for Judah. Salvation and life came from the giver of life who delivered Hezekiah from death by sickness. God does not honor the proud who attempt to live by political alliances or human riches. Ultimately, Hezekiah was not the answer for Judah. Salvation was in the Lord. That's a new category. I didn't get anything new. And he did a pretty good job summarizing the narrative. didn't get anything out of that one. Not this time. Baptist commentary is usually full of it all. And this thing is long. My goodness. Got a speed read. It's gonna be quiet. There seems to be an argument. Interpreters do not agree. If this event took place before or after. As far as I can tell, it was after. Or before, I mean, because the tense of the verbs were active, not past. It says before here that angel of the Lord went forth and smote the camp. The angel, one angel, 104 score and 5,000. That's just one angel. Can you imagine what a legion of angels would do on the cross? Like what that would do? Amina, you're not supposed to be over there. No, out. Out. Thank you. And I will bring the shadows of the degree, and I will deliver thee out of thee and this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria. But up here it says the king of Assyria was killed, and then somebody else reigned in his stead. Esarhaddon, his son, reigned in his stead. Looks like Esarhaddon was responsible for the attack, I guess, and they just continued. Let's see where the interpreters don't agree at. regarding the sickness. Research suggests that an infected boil caused by a staph infection could result in his symptoms. The cure of a poultice, a fig poultice, the cure of a fig poultice is a reasonable is another confirmation that a sepsis. How do I spell sepsis? Sepsis. Pretty sure it's sepsis. I'm not too sure. The cure of a fig poultice is another confirmation that a sepsis from the boil may have been the issue of why his life was escaping. Argument for God allowing the boil. Personally, I just think he didn't take care of himself. To keep him humble? Maybe. Hezekiah was prideful. If you're too prideful, you get to... If you're too prideful, you kind of think everything is done by yourself. Someone mentions that it's because he didn't take a wife. That's odd. And the phrase, men of the house. Wait, set thine house in order. Is it in phrases somewhere? I thought I had a phrases spot. he had no son at the time. Which means within that 15 years, he went towards family. I think it was Asa, it was his son. Was it Asa? Hezekiah, Manasseh. Ahaz, Manasseh. Manasseh? Volume 5, page 214. Should be a link, right? Way to make a link. I don't remember how to make a link. But I know. Okay, for thou shalt die and not live. Recovery of thy sickness, as Targum adds, for thou art a dead man, as it may be rendered, in all human appearance the disease being deadly, which he could not recover to help any medicine, nothing in almighty power could save him. This is said to observe things in his danger and give him a sentence of death in himself, and to set him a praying as it did. Then Hezekiah turned his face to the wall, not figuratively to the wall of his heart, as Jerome, but literally either the wall of his bedchamber where he lay sick, that his tears might not be seen, his prayers interrupted, that he might deliver them with privacy, freedom, and fervency, or else to the wall of the temple of his Targum, towards the which God men. Oh, that's true. It's pretty common that they would pray towards a wall. What's that wall called? Wailing Wall? It is called the Wailing Wall. Cast the Lord in mind of his good walks and work, which are never forgotten by him, though they may seem to be. I did see this one, yeah. Agreed. Hezekiah. You right, darling?
Fighting away, I'm tired.
Oh,
I'm gonna lay down for about 20 minutes.
that's a good idea. 20-minute power nap. Best of geniuses did that, and since you're a genius, you should totally do that.
Set my alarm, so
Love you.
I'll tell you, Sheila.
Oh yeah, that's right. I went on reading. It was passive reading too. I gotta go back and read it. Agreed. Hezekiah. What was I agreeing to? Something. He walked. Right. Hezekiah smashed up the idols. Walked in the way of the Lord. Middle court, huh? Go and say to Hezekiah. Oh, it's in double places. 2 Kings 20 and 5. On the third day thou shalt go up to the Lord. Oh, there's some more info. Is this Gil still? It is still Gil. more to the saying. ... On the third day thou shalt go up unto the house of the Lord. That's a good point too. Okay. Points out a additional response after a symbol. Well, I can't think. It might be a time for a brain break. I might have to take a nap myself. Points out additional response after a sign, after a request or a sign. Right there. The whole thing is additional. Right there. came to pass, for was out in the middle court, the word of the Lord came to him. Steps, huh? Okay. Oh. Philippines, largest sundial in Jaipur, India. This looks like something I'd be interested in later. Hmm. Interesting. I wonder how true this is. Hmm. It was midday, though not morning. Well, midday to them, it'd be like a 4-hour difference, wouldn't it? Midday, say, when the sun is all the way up, midday would be 12 o'clock, and they would consider a new day when sun is down. Several astronomers said ice crystals and air pollution can bend light, but resulting in a mirage is usually vertical, one sun image above the other instead of two side by side. Oh.
Did you know
Ice
gravity
crystals.
and relativity were discovered by people?
Meh. There was a trend though. the ice crystals, I see. That is cool looking. Oh, neat. Don't believe everything you see. Looks like the halo is starting right there. And it's starting to refract as the sun goes down. Light is bending because of the air crystals. Looks like it's forming. Oh, a little more. A little more. Oh. Must have just like immediately came out. That's kind of cool. Then as the ice fracture, oh, that's cool. Neat optical illusion in the sky. That's fantastic. This is recorded in China too. The report presented 169. Interesting. That's really interesting. This piques my interest because of Joshua. Earth's rotation on its axis has slowed since the solar eclipse on April 21st, 899 BC. What if you did have a solar eclipse in the horizon? Maybe it would look like the sun's going back up and down again. How long is a solar eclipse? 7 to 5 minutes. Definitely not 40 minutes though. But maybe the shadow? So it's true, the Chinese did report it. Kind of hours reversed in Oh, somebody made the connection. Somebody went deep. All different kinds of literature. My brain is not perceiving any of this. Nope. Somewhere in English. I hope. Somebody did an extensive study on this, my goodness. I don't know what this is all about. Could a solar eclipse impact a sundial? No word on it. Nobody? I'm the only one that asks the questions? Man, I'm a weird kid. Huh. Do the stairs mean... I'm afraid I just don't understand how this works. Not too sure about that. I'm not too sure about that. I think that was altercated. 613, 16:3, 16:22. 13 again. They go back. They just rewound it and froze it. 15:59. 16:15. 13:22. Yeah, they just rewound that. This is a hoax. It's sad people do stuff like that, try to push a thought. If it's not reality, it's probably not true either. Miracles are a reality. We just don't get the privilege of seeing them. If we do, there's only one that can do it, and those were signs that people used in the past. Yet, I'm along with Jesus on this one, for sure. Anytime you're along with Jesus is a good one, but he strongly believes that, you'd see signs, but don't believe it anyway. I think that's what he says. You see signs. I'm sure that's what he says. Oh, unless you see signs and wonders, you will never believe. Will you never believe me unless you see miracles, signs, and wonders? I'm glad I'm corrected. I don't mind being wrong. Stay away of Ahaz painting. I don't know what this indicates. That's a shadow, right? I wouldn't be able to describe this thing. I don't trust anyone. Me2 site.edu. See what happens. And not much. Steps. Oh, these are notes. Yeah, these are notes. I saw this earlier. I don't know about that. Not much information on it. Jewish call it such a death, a cutting off that is by the hand of God, which is before a man is 50 years of age. Such a death, a guess the question we had here was that I'm looking for an answer on, or a confirmation on rather, is the how he did the writing. It makes no bearing, but it does give evidence of how he was thinking or what he was feeling. If we could determine when he did the writing of his prayer or his song, or evidently he was a songwriter. 30 or 40 years. Thought just came to me. He seemed to be okay with the repercussions that come with showing off Babylon. Your sons will be eventually carried away, and he's like, the Lord is good. I don't know if anything impacted him when he said that. If it didn't, it's not going to happen to him, but his children. I don't know if that's what he meant by it or not, or if that was his feelings at the time. Back to it, verse 11. I said, I shall not see the Lord in this world, though in other. That answers the question. I shall not see the Lord, even the Lord in the land of the living. This part, not anymore in this world, though in the other, and more clearly, even face to face, his meaning is that he should no more see him in the glass of the word, no more praise in him in his house, worship him in his temple, enjoy him in his ordinance, and see his beauty, power, and glory in the sanctuary, and confess unto him and praise his name. Targum is, I shall no more appear before the face of the Lord in the land of the house of Shishna, which is the length of life, which is length of life. I shall no more serve him in the house of the sanctuary. The Hebrew text, it is, I shall not see Yahweh, as Jehovah. Oh, it is repeated. Jehovah, Jehovah. Show vehemency and affection for the Lord. Desire communion with him, unless it should be rendered, I shall not see the Lord's Lord in the land of living, nor the Lord's Christ in the flesh. I shall behold man no more with the inhabitants of the world or time, of this fading transitory world which will quickly cease. The word, for it signifies next to God. His concern was that he should no more enjoy company of men, of his subjects, of his courtiers, of his relations, companions, and acquaintances, particularly of the saints and excellent in the earth. Verse 13 and 17 are the two biggest ones right now. But I may have to take a break. I'm going to take a break. How long has it been? Ooh, it's been a while. Almost 5 hours now. Yesterday, I think it was nearly 6 hours, even though I think the thing said 5. I think it was nearly 6. I don't know. I have to go look. We're at 5 hours on the dot. I have 2 minutes left. I could push. That's a pretty good point. I think I'm gonna put that in the beginning, just in case. Just a thought being written for future me. What was the thought now? I should have taken a nap or something. I need to take a break. It's not just thought for me, what was it? It was... I should have announced my thought out loud, and I can at least go back in my video and figure out what I was going to say. Oh. How would you feel knowing the when you will die? That's probably a good reason why we shouldn't know that when Jesus is returning. And only the Father needs to know. I certainly don't need to know when I'm going to die. I mean, it could be within the next 2 minutes. It could be the next 50 years. Lord willing. Maybe it'll be in 200 years. I don't know. 200 years is a little unrealistic, right? Yeah. I'd be 236 years old. I would ride a roller coaster. Like, why not? If you're not going to die, I mean, ride a roller coaster. By 256 years, I imagine it's all going to be virtual roller coasters anyways. Virtual theme parks coming soon. Virtual theme parks. I think that what's going to happen is, I think that virtual classrooms are going to be a thing. Virtual classrooms, I think, would be a thing. For like, especially universities, students can't make it out to Harvard University. So if they make avatars that can do functions within the classroom, like a virtual classroom, not forums, but like with a VR set on and literally using your mouse and keyboard to walk around to the teacher's desk and pick up things, the teacher would have an eye on you because, well, webcam, right? So they would know it's you, and there really is no difference. The only difference, I guess, would be is physical versus virtual. And if it's virtual, then, well, of course, the face would be, the idea of verification that the person is actually doing the work. A person who's probably looking around or looking at their clock during a test or maybe doing this, or a person can tell if they look to the left or to the right or for answers and stuff. I guess that would be a little more difficult unless the teacher actually has all the stuff in the VR headset so that you can't take the headset off, and verification that the headset stays on makes it a little bit difficult for students to cheat. In fact, the teacher would have command over what goes to the screen in the first place. So they could flash the question to the student, and they could use signals to identify the answers, like head up, down, or the little joysticks that they have to like point and click what the answer might be, or maybe they can even say the answer out loud, and the teacher can listen at different times. 23 people. That would take a lot of time from a teacher, but you get the idea. I think it's going to be a thing where people can go to online school, and it would actually be a little more effective than what it currently is, for sure. Right now, students just copy and paste questions and get answers online. It's not good. I saw a teacher be okay with that too. It's not good. It wasn't a teacher, it was an aide. She's an aide. I'm gonna go take a break. I will be RB.
Yeah.
was longer than expected. Let's get a short nap. A short nap turned into be like 30 minutes long, 40 minutes. It's like 40 minutes long. How many calories does dragon fruit have? Dragon fruit. Calories. 60? Dragon fruit has the following nutritional value. 60 calories. 12 of it is carb, some fiber, some sugar, decent amount of calcium. Glycemic control, huh? Plan on eating the whole thing here in a second. Ooh. That drink though, how to add to the diet? You cut it in half already? Nice. That looks neat. Like kiwi looking. Thanks, hon. Yeah. Might be able to put this back together and show the whole thing. That's a dragon fruit right there. My wife has already cut it in half. Looks like there's some missing already. Huh. That is a dragon fruit. And that is the inside. White with black seeds in it. I'm assuming it's safe to eat the seeds.
I believe so.
Somebody said that you can collect the seeds and then replant them, and then they'll regrow again. They can germinate on their own. So that's cool. I'm gonna see what this tastes like. Oh, it's easy to scoop out. Right, my first time eating it. I just scooped a little out with a spoon right here. It's kind of way too bright. I don't know what to think of that. Darling, you're gonna have to take a bite of this. What do you think? It's neither sweet nor bland nor...
I don't know what to think of it.
Hmm?
I'm not crazy about it though. But it may be because I also been drinking coffee.
Oh yeah. It's supposed to be really good for you.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of a coconut without a flavor. You kind of get the... Sort of.
like a pear. Like a soft pear, I think. With its own flavor. Texture like a... It's got a lot of seeds in it. My goodness.
Rachel Ray described it as a very, very weak kiwi.
Yeah, a weak kiwi.
Couldn't
Yeah.
quite lift the dumbbell over its head. Rachel Ray suggested honey on it.
I want honey. Sounds like a great idea, actually. Brilliant. I think what I'm gonna do is put the honey. It's a big thing of honey we have too. What am I gonna do with that? I think I'm gonna put it maybe in there, maybe not. I'm gonna. Where's the person puts the honey at? Inside the maybe I just put it inside of it. I just swirl it around. Maybe not too much honey. That's real honey. Looks like a liquor bottle. Get on my finger. Okay. Now that makes it more palatable or not, it kind of changes the idea.
It's funny that you said it looked like alcohol because Rachel Ray said tequila is good on it too.
Tequila? You might have gotten a huge burst of the honey on there.
I think so. Pretty much all I tasted.
It doesn't have any flavor at all, so I'm expecting to experience a lot of honey in it. It's a lot of juice in here too.
They say it's extremely good for you though.
Mm-hmm. That's what all the research indicates. It has like a ton of anti-cancer properties, and it's 60 calories for this big old thing.
I bet you could put it in like smoothies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then just mix them with whatever flavor you have that way.
That's what I saw. One down. Ooh, juicy. One down. Get down my fingers. I guess I'll play a game of chess while I'm eating this last one. Okay. Oh, play. Still gotta wake up, I guess. Nap did some work on me. And it's 3:41. Gym time pretty soon. I'm not even ready. It's one of those openings. I think that's supposed to be book move. He's taking it, allowing his queen to come down. I think that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm gonna have to double check that later. So now that his queen's down, now what? If he can go here, and be captured, go here, get captured, could go here and be captured. It's a good way to reply. Is this the way to reply? going this way allows the dark bishop to come out, but he can't go here or here. But he can't go here, putting a lot of pressure on this. Meaning I can't take. I think this is the right move. So if he does bring the bishop down, I take. But I also need to guard this square somehow too. Why don't I ever think of these things? So now that that pawn is dropped, both bishops are open. I wonder if I could try to do the same thing. I'm gonna return my queen. Even if I pin, it'll just be a fest. Could go here. Then move here. In the event that happens. Actually, I think that's what might happen. He might even do this to attack up my queen, and then I put my pawn up to stop the attack. Interesting. Nothing to protect this square. I could put him in check, just for fun. Moves his pawn down. See if I can mess with his pawn. Okay. It's either that one or this one to kick. Could sacrifice my bishop for a better position, maybe. Okay, now he makes the move. Protecting this piece. If I were to go here, that puts pressure here. Huh, there's nothing to protect here. That was a loose pawn. Ooh. I lucked out. I'm gonna try to kick his queen now. Kick. That should have been, I should have been punished for that. It's a loose pawn. Two, 3, 4. I would win that fight, and I'd keep the queen. I don't think they're gonna take the fight. But if he moves both of these out of the way, it'd get more fun. Here, I feel like there's something I could do here. What's something that can I do to apply pressure? I think if I move my queen here, it's a relative pin, right? Setting up for an attack. I think. Could he do? If I went here, then and she dropped down here, I would be, oh, I would be in a mess. Okay, but if I go here, that asks the question, shall we go without king? I think this is better. Even if I go here, could still put me in check and then take my horse. Or my pawn and then my rook. Or, I guess, no. I'd still be in check. This is a trouble spot. Okay. Let's find out. Or he takes and then I take. I think those are his two options right there. Even if this would be a useless move. He'd probably take my rook afterwards. I mean, okay. I'll need to unite my bishops and my rooks. That's interesting. He's going for something. See, he's got this whole file to himself now. Putting pressure here and here. I can't do that yet. If I do that, he's just gonna take anyway. I'm gonna prepare to. He's gonna take this and right here, maybe puts threat here and then here next. I think that's safe right there. Right? If he moves his knight somewhere, he's gonna take my pawn regardless. If I don't move, he'll take my bishop, and if I do move, he's forked these two pieces. I don't think there's a way I can move to protect that piece either. Maybe right here. I guess this piece, this would right here. Even if he takes it, I guess I'll take it back. Never thought of that. Critical thinking, wow. He's gonna have to move it somewhere. Probably right there. I think he just traded a, interesting. I still need to unite my rooks. I think this is safe. I need to move 2 horses. Aw. I forgot about him. Okay. Checkmate. That was fun. Good man. Good game. How do I do the opening? What's the actual opening move? I feel healthier already. This dragon fruit. $5 for dragon fruit. What was book move? $39 times with a 51% win rate. Now let's see what the opening was supposed to be. Okay, his opening was this right here. Queen takes, and then I was supposed to move. Oh, I was supposed to move out a horse. I'll have to remember that next time. I hate that spot. How is it supposed to be set up after this? Whoa. Okay. It's supposed to be somebody's game. But he's really losing much. Wow. GMs are crazy. I believe they set all of this stuff up like oh. Was that checkmate? Oh, they did move a rook here, and then can't he go here? Why can't the king go here? He must have quit. That'd be checkmate.
This might be a bad idea.
What's that?
Coffee.
Coffee? No,
Yeah.
that's fine. After this dragon fruit, I'll consume the coffee. Thank you, hun.
You're welcome.
What if it goes with coffee?
That'd be funny. Yeah. I don't think it does, because I had a sip of coffee before I ate that.
Verse
Is it-
13. That's the one that I'm needing to focus on a little bit. I didn't get much out of 13. Oops. I don't want to make a mess. I'll set it here for now. And then when I take a break in a minute, I'll take care of that. Pretzels and coffee. Aw, yeah. 6 hours. Oh, nah. Not exactly 6 hours. I'd probably minus an hour. I took an hour nap. And I think I took a 40-minute earlier. What's up, Wiz? And then I played like a little bit of chess games. And I messed up so badly. Except the last one. Last one was pretty fun. The one I did like 10 minutes ago. It was alright. It was the first win. I ate the dragon fruit. That was a little earlier too. Camera didn't pick up much on the dragon fruit. It just made it look like a big white blur, so I just kept eating it. It looks like white on the inside and it's got little black seeds, like real tiny. I think I made it to page 9 though. It's a decent amount of work. That does sound bomb. This is pretty much it. How was your day? I like it. I was learning some cool stuff. I got a question. Is the music background or whatever, like, is it like static to you? Rate the dragon fruit on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being the 10 being the taste of watermelon, which is my favorite fruit, and 1 being I don't know what my worst fruit is.
Grapefruit.
Oh yeah, I didn't check the market. I know it was crashing, so I knew not to check.
Jay's right, you don't like grapefruit.
Oh yeah, that's right. Grapefruit is terrible. Yeah, so in comparison to like grapefruit being a 1 and watermelon being a 10, I'd say like maybe a 5. I don't hear any music and your mic is kind of low to me. Oh, thanks. When I tested it on Lizzie's computer, it was static and the mic was just right. But then again, she also had the volume on max. Onions? Onions aren't a fruit. I should probably turn up the volume then, huh? I think onions are a root. I think it's a part of a plant. I think it's a vegetable? Question mark? Pro. Most markets are up. Shiba Inu's down. Doggy Coin is up though. Looks like I made $31 so far. Probably in Doggy Coin. Oh, it's going down though. I missed the peak. 2606. 2755. It's gotta go over 2755 before I could sell. Although I did have some in 2555. I think I'm just gonna wait. And then Shiba Inu. That's different. Usually doesn't do it that way. And it's on a climb. It doesn't look like it's yeah, it's not, Shiba Inu is not trading as fast as it normally does. Yeah, that was nuts too. Same thing will happen with Shiba Inu. If Shiba Inu takes off, then
then it'll be the same thing because it's like way less than a penny. Even if it reaches a penny, it'd be nuts. Yeah, Dogecoin is supposed to be projected to either crash if Shiba Inu gets up to its spot, or it's gonna go up to $1, and somebody's gonna make a lot of money. Ooh, somebody just bought a ton of Shiba Inu, loads of it. The volume isn't that high though. Shiba Inu's not trading as fast as it should be, or as it could be. Last 15 minutes look like kind of a mixed interest, especially with volume. Day over day. It's still pretty far up there. Still a good trend. Its peak points are kind of dropping off though. Bottom parts might be worth selling here soon. 10 million. Some whale is gonna come in. This is gonna snap way up there. Dragon fruit's probably a 5 on my scale. Yeah. I don't know if I can hear you though.
Yo.
Oh, I can hear you. Now the question is, can the stream hear you too?
I don't know. I turned it off, but I can go back. Today's been a good day.
Nice. Yeah, I saw you go out for a walk.
I did. Showed them cows who's boss. There was donkeys that there was donkeys in there, in the field too, and they came like right up to me. Usually like the cows are like, woo. The donkeys like walked right up to me.
I think you would be able to be heard on there.
Ooh. Okay, let's see if that
Takes
gets
like
picked up.
30 seconds, I think, is how long it'll take.
I can hear myself.
Huh? You can?
I can. Yes.
Ooh. Wait, how about now?
Ooh.
Oh wait. I think I turned it back on. It wasn't sure if you were. Oh boy, you'd probably hear it anyway. Doesn't matter. I have so much more to do. So little time.
You gotta
This
grind it
video's
out.
Crazy. Yep.
I was gonna eat some pork chops with my rice, but I opted out for turkey because turkey's superior. I
That's true.
like I laid out because it was turkey like deli meat, and I laid it out flat and I put rice in there and I put baby carrots and rolled it up like a sushi roll.
Ooh. Nice.
It's pretty good.
I have to go to the gym pretty soon. I won't be able to like yesterday for whatever reason. We didn't mean to spend 3 hours in the gym yesterday. We don't know how we did that either. We were trying to push for time.
Trying to push for time.
Mm-hmm. A workout sessions usually last like an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
We somehow spent from 4:30 to 7 o'clock. That was nuts.
Dang. I'm so like deconditioned. It's insane.
Running out of breath?
No, like muscle aches. Like being sore.
Mm.
Like I used to be able to walk like 4 miles and then feel kind of like like want to stop walking after 4 miles. Now it's like 1 and I'm feeling it. But I got 2 today. I got 2 miles in. And eventually I'll work my way up again.
Nice. Fast pace walk or slow pace?
I try to turn it like up every now and again.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll go for jogs, but sometimes, like now, I don't really know if I'd like to because it's like cold
Mm-hmm.
and it gets kind of harder to breathe.
Yeah, that's true. It dries the throat out too if you go too fast.
Today was one of those days where I just really didn't want to get out. I wanted to take a shower and just play Terraria all day.
Glad you changed your mind.
Yeah.
You wanna play a round of
too.
chess?
Oh, sure. Why not? I'm not gonna pause the train, am I?
What train?
The work train.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna set chess to the side so I can continue reading a sentence or two in between moves.
What are you thinking, Gary? What are you thinking?
I came up with a nice opening, or like, not opening, but a nice rebuttal or something I've had questions to a long time ago. It was in I think it was the King's opening. I don't remember what it did. I still lost the game. I'm gonna do this. See what happens.
Go passive.
It's called the modern defense. Are you about to do that scissor thing, whatever, with your bishop?
I don't like that. I'm gonna do this though. Excuse me. I saw Hikari play this, and I want to say it was his opening. Because I remember him playing against a computer. And I'm getting mad that the computer was playing his openings. Trust my gut.
Do. All I see is a bunch of trades.
Yeah. It's just really slow game.
Simplify the board. We got really good border patrol going on though. You can't cross the border row 5 unless you pay the toll or lose a piece.
Pay the toll.
My horse is in the way. Man, I need to get out of here.
Can't take you on pieces.
Are you gonna push your pawn to? Okay. I thought you were gonna create a full defense there by pushing your pawn to 6 or something. A6.
Nah. Attack the weaknesses.
This is D4 is Armageddon. That's what I see right now.
Sure. Sure.
Nice. I didn't see that. That's crazy. +2 now.
I got time too. I have another pretty cool idea.
I have 0 ideas right now.
I think. Okay. It's not like wow, like dang, or anything. It's just simple.
When it gets revealed, I'm gonna be upset. Pretty sure of it. I struggle with that, uniting my bishops.
Like snipers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I feel like you're gonna make a move and I'm gonna do like a Homer Simpson, like just yell out dope. All the moves today come out to me as a surprise, and I think I've read the board correctly, and just it's maddening. It's maddening.
Maddening?
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
All this for a pawn.
Oops. Why I tried doing that? Why not? It'll be Armageddon all over again. I feel like you're gonna win though. It's gonna be intense. Oh, see, that's dope right there. That's it. Done. Done. Dope. Ow! Why did I even do that? I did that to apply more pressure, but I forgot about your stupid sniper. Urgh.
Good game. I'm gonna play some Terraria now. I can get the
I think I got farther with you this time.
We played really passive openings from the start.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot these demon eyes, Gary.
What?
So I'm gonna shoot these demon eyes flying around trying to eat me. Stupid goblins stole a part of my wall.
Let's see, step by step. Without fear of any enemies, dangers, or death, having a promise of such length of time to live, so pleasantly, cheerfully, after bitterness of my soul, render what it is.
I have no health potions.
Render him for all the years hath added to my life, and hath delivered me from the bitterness of my soul.
That's pretty cool. Boomstick.
They already surveyed.
Eight 800 HP, dude. Gary, how do we make a gravitation potion?
Yeah. I don't know how.
Nine damage. It's quite a bit more.
Does that work? Oh, snap. How did this
9
happen?
damage, Gary.
What? What is this? How do I get out of Oh, I press escape. Oh, I don't know how I did that. Oh, F8 does it. I can do like this. This drawing on my screen. It's kind of neat. And then I press escape and it goes away when I press F8.
Huh. Pretty neat.
So significances to these two verses. The grave cannot keep them. mention of hell though. Hi, darling. The MHS thing called back.
Again?
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know. I sent him a voicemail. Evidently, that it wasn't a satisfactory survey.
Oh.
Nah.
I blinked out. New mercies every day.
Oh, let's go. The arms dealer has arrived, Gary. He's gonna give me some guns. Holy crap, that's a lot of enemies.
Hey, do you mind streaming it? I'm watching my peripheral for a moment or two. I gotta go to the gym here.
How does
in
this
a
guy
little
just
bit.
hit me for 60?
My goal is to leave here in like, well, at least hop off in like 20 minutes, 23 minutes. I had it on mute. Could you stream it? I gotta leave in like 23 minutes, but I'll still watch anyway.
Yeah. Where's money that I got?
Oh, it's like Minecraft in a 2D game. Oh, look at that inventory. Wow.
Yeah, these are like NPCs, these people. You can buy and sell different stuff from them. I'm trying to get me a mini shark, is what it's called. It's a minigun that looks like a shark. I need 14 more silver. Bam. Got it.
Oops. I just mindlessly ate a ton of blueberries.
They're easy to do that.
Half a pint's worth.
So good. Once
And
you
I
pop,
ate a
you can't
dragon
stop.
fruit. I got so many antioxidants running through my body. I'm coming to be Superman. Ah, yeah. That looks like a lot to look at for Terraria, for like an inventory. Think about all the stuff you have plus what you can do in the game.
Yeah, well, so, like, this stuff right here, all of these are, this is a mod. This isn't in normal Terraria. This is just a storage system.
Okay.
And these are all a bunch of items that I've collected. And if I wanted to sort, I could just type potions, and this pops up. These are all
Oh.
potions. Just stuff like that. But this right here isn't normally in the game.
Okay.
Neither is this person, this person. A bunch of my stuff I'm wearing normally isn't in the game. So it's pretty heavily modded.
Looks boring.
Boring?
It looks boring. Unless there's some creative pattern to it I'm just not looking at.
Oh, because I'm just buying stuff right now, but... Oh, you hear that? I need to make a gravitational potion. That way I can go check out these cities. I will I'll do some exploring for you, just so you can see. And it gets like don't take this as like this is the whole game. It gets like wicked from the stuff you can do. You get like a lot faster.
Did you just get hit by a cactus?
No, I got hit by that robot.
Oh.
He owned me. Oh.
Oh. It's like Mario? It's like Mario and a bunch of other stuff. Is this part originally in the game, or is this like a map somebody's created?
This is our jungle. So yeah, this is in the game. There's like different biomes and stuff, different mobs spawn in different biomes.
Okay. I'm guessing what you slaughter and what you mine goes in your inventory.
Yeah.
They have a 3D version of this game, and I think you go to like outer space into like different planets or something.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
the one
remember what
Avery
it's
was
called.
talking about.
Yeah, I think so. I failed to remember what it's called.
This game's like pretty hard to get into because like there's so much stuff.
Yeah.
And it's easy to just overlook how slow the start is. Stupid slime. There's like different classes and stuff for different playthroughs. Like it's a sandbox game, you do whatever you want. But there's like progress and stuff that you make. Those are the worst things to kill, those bats. I guess it also helps, like, with me having fun in the game because I grew up playing it. Kill these guys. Eat my bullets.
Brain is bogging down. Okay. Returns to the book.
Ow. Like this playthrough is a ranger, so you're gonna like shoot things. You're gonna have bows and guns and like just ranged weapons. You're not gonna have as much defense. You're gonna be fragile, but you're not gonna need to get close or anything. And there's melee, like a warrior is what they call it. There's summoner, mage. My first playthrough I did of this modded was a little goblin. It was summoner, and summoner is the worst class, and so I got absolutely swamped.
They have abilities?
What do you mean?
Well, you said summoner, so I'm guessing there's abilities. Usually when they classify summoner or whatever, the abilities.
Like there's specific armor for that class, there's specific weapons for that class. Like summoner, you're gonna spawn little guys to fight for you.
Okay. So that's his ability.
Yeah. Melee, you have swords and
Did you say swords?
swords. Sorry, Gary. Yeah, like swords and
If you say swords, I'll say swords with you from now on.
no, I don't like the word sword. It snuck out of me. Like there's different buffs and stuff for all the different bosses, like
Mm-hmm.
to buff yourself up before you go in. Like right now, these ores are from my potion that I have. It highlights it so I can get to it and mine it. And like you see how I only mine one and it mines the whole thing. That's not in the regular game. That's called Vein Miner. It's a big help for like if you don't want to sit here and just mine every individual block. It does it for you. Big help. This glowing stuff is in the game. It's a glowing mushroom biome. Oh. Ah. We don't get any use out of it. I'll take the chest though. Right now, my primary goal is to just find some crystal hearts. Crystal hearts are like the way to increase your max health capacity. So right now I have 200,
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, yeah.
but you can have a maximum of 400. Oh,
Wow.
I'm getting bombarded.
It's like a cross between Mario, Zelda, and farming.
Yeah, it's pretty wicked. But don't like if you want to get into it, you have to sink hours into it because you have to learn. You have to learn
That-
so much.
I barely have time to sink hours into what I'm doing already.
Yeah.
I need some gum so I don't mac on things.
Yeah, buy some of
I need more gum.
Yo, you got the munchies?
I always have the munchies, man. I am constantly hungry.
Oh, I forgot. There's like little traps. You see this little pressure plate right here? We run over it.
I was reading. I have no idea what you're talking about.
This guy's about to roll me. I'm about to die. I need to get home.
You teleport?
Yeah, I can, but I don't know if I want to do that. I'm already
Is that
here.
a treasure chest up there or what?
Where at? Right here?
No. I don't know where. I don't know where to tell you. Right there. What was that?
Oh, that's the thing that was glowing, or the
Yeah.
the pot.
I guess is that what that was? A pot? I thought it was. A
Yeah, the
treasure
pots are
chest or
like-
something.
Like little miniature treasure chests. This guy's gonna roll me. Oh,
Oh, you were
dropped 4
slain,
gold.
bro.
I got murdered by Cosmic Elemental.
Can another player come by and just
Sheesh.
like swoop up all that stuff that's on the ground?
Mm-hmm.
Oh snap! And you can't like quickly get back, can you?
I can. I think it'll be there. Darn it, I wanted some gravitational potions. Let's see if I can make some. So I can flip gravity.
God pronounces woe unto the people for the sins they condemn. Go somewhere else. I've already read that.
Bottled water, fire blossom.
Chosen people have
I don't think I have
become
a fire blossom.
drunkards.
Oh. No.
Drunkards, and the prophet, priest, and
Well,
seers
shoot.
have ceased their
Shoot,
clear
shoot,
visions
shoot.
and offer sound advice. Judah trusts
I'm broke.
Egypt to save them from the
I have no money.
Who destroyed
I think I'm gonna build like
as easily as one eats.
kind of like a cheat. Not like a cheat, but like build these miniature houses to where I can just have a bunch of NPCs. You have to have a house for an NPC to come in. Oh, blood moon. This is like a bunch of mobs will spawn. It's like an event.
Kind of like zombies.
Yeah. And there's like solar eclipses and. Is that it? Solar eclipse is it?
I dispel all misery.
Maybe. There's like look at all these eyes.
Strength, beauty, and justice. Poor who exalt only Yahweh. Children of Abraham will find their rest in Zion. The remnant will find refuge under the coming king's leadership. They will return to Zion to the ends of the earth. Within the narrative,
Ouch.
consists of Hezekiah leaving the believing
Normally they
king,
can't like come in your
Isaiah the
house
faithful,
and open your
and
doors, but during a blood moon they
waiting.
can.
Yeah, he's pretty old. Isaiah's pretty old at this point.
Get some grenades and throw it at him. That'd be funny.
King. This section includes
There you go.
both a verbal image and human actualization of the remnant concept.
Boom!
Remnant concept.
Once you get further into the game, there's like wings and stuff. That like move you like really fast.
Substantial here. So you don't have to like jump everywhere. You can like go do different things. I'm guessing. What's up in the air? Is there like special stuff in the air or what?
With this mod, without mods, there's like these islands that'll spawn. Not
Okay.
these are called planetoids. These are like miniature.
Oh, you can
Planets.
get to them, huh?
That's why I want a gravitational potion, because it'll let me like just flip gravity and let me float up there. And they're pretty good stuff.
Teacher Bible is pretty swift. I only have a couple more in 7 minutes. Recovery of the king, the passage. Hezekiah the king had become seriously ill.
Ouch.
It was the duty of Isaiah to tell him that his sickness would be fatal. And this message
Bullets are so
pleased the
daggone
king.
expensive.
With deep feeling, he turned to the well and prayed for recovery. Then Isaiah had the happy honor of telling the king that he would.
Some of the
recover
higher
his
powerful
illness.
guns like have a higher chance to not consume ammo. I'm really glad I found this, or I was able to buy
You have
this
to
mini
farm for
shark.
ammo too, then, huh?
You can just buy it. It's really cheap. Like one bullet is like 7 copper, and 100 copper make 1 silver, 100 silver make 1 gold, and 100 gold make 1 platinum. So like 1 gold can get you a full stack of bullets, no problem. Later on, there is like ways to craft stronger bullets, but it's not like you craft like 1 single bullet. They come in like stacks of 100 or like stacks of 50. There's auto homing bullets. It's pretty cool. They're called glorified bullets. Ugh. Swarm out there. I wish I was like really really good to show you like some of the crazy boss fights in like other playthroughs or something. I have one save, but it's Summoner, so it's like Summoner, you just do a bunch of jumping around.
Boss fights are fun to watch. Even though
Yeah.
I don't understand the game, it's just reactions when the boss starts owning. People get nervous.
Tomorrow I'll do one. I'll do the King Slime is what he is. Lily's messaging me. Willie competed in a
What's that?
tournament to where it was like this older game, and the prize was $1,000 winner take all. He got second.
Wait, I was reading because my goal is to get done with this in 4 minutes, so I have no idea what you said.
Willie Saintly. He competed in a $1,000 tournament, winner takes all, and he got second.
Winner takes all. Oh, there's no. Oh man, he just barely ran short of it.
Yeah.
No reward. Alright, I'm gonna go back to reading.
Okay.
1 second.
Oh, I'm
Today-
so
Truth for
broke.
Today, we can easily identify with Hezekiah, faced with his own death. In times of severe illness, we too call upon God in sincere prayer, even when we do not normally spend much time in prayer. Truth. Even though we do not usually receive the definite promise of further life, we have a hope that he did not have Jesus Christ. Christ has transformed death. That right there is what I was thinking earlier. Perfect. Do that. Actually, go ahead and make a new one and then highlight it. This one is Hobbs Herschel.
Jeez.
36 through 39, Assyrian siege on Hezekiah, Babylon's blunder.
Dang. Got a big old painting.
There. Last one. A lot of people go with the steps of the upper chamber. The King James Version has sundial, and the modern versions vary in their understanding of this. Refer to stairway, but some have dial. Has steps, indicating a model of dial with steps has been. A model of a dial with steps have been discovered in Egypt. I wonder if that's what the. Oh, that reminds me of that that movie called
Oh, no.
What is that movie called? It's got that. They go and explore. I think it was called Aztec. Some kind of movie, Aztec movie. Lost City of Atlantis? No, not that. It might have been. No, it wasn't that one. It's definitely. Aztec.
Nice. We survived, Gary.
Road to El Dorado.
We
Road to
survived.
El Dorado.
Let's go.
Road to El Dorado. And there was a scene in there where they were playing like basketball. Road to El Dorado. Play ball. And it had a shadow. It had a shadow on the. I thought it was a shadow on some steps. Oh well. Welcome to my ADHD brain.
Ooh. Gary, water check.
Check.
Posture.
Negative. I am leaned over in a hunch.
I was
I am
leaned
focused.
back.
I am focused, bro.
Look at this. Look at this guy. Oh! He wasn't ready.
I have to leave 1 minute ago. Dang.
You have to leave now?
Yeah, I'm not done with my thing yet. 38, 9 through 22. Have to finish this commentary and then I'll probably have to go. And it's gonna be too late by then. But I need to go at least do a workout. Run. King was informed by the Lord. He soon die, as Elijah was predicted the death of Ben-Hadad. The warriors in your affairs set order wanted to make necessary preparations for his death. Hezekiah's reaction was a natural one. He pleaded with the Lord, changed his mind. Instinctively, he turned to God in prayer, facing the wall apparently to shut out any distraction. Oh, that's new. This is Walker Larry et al. The king reminded God that he, Hezekiah, had been faithful and served single-mindedly. Very few kings' names. Hezekiah instituted. Is your headphones still staticky? No, I mean, like, does it still make that static noise, or did the reset? Okay,
No, it seems to be
all good.
fine right now.
Okay. Davidic line. Oh, snap. Then we got Solomon, Urias, Rehoboam, Jehoshaphat, Josias. Josias begat Jotham, Jotham begat Ahaz. There's Ahaz. That's Achaz. But begat Ezekias. Ezekias, which is who we're on right now, begat Manasseh. So Ezekias is Hezekiah is Jesus' great grandfather as well. So is Manasseh. Who was a evil king, right? No, he was a good king. Evil. Josias Chionekis. All carried to Babylon. That was at the. This is the diaspora. Zerubbabel. Babel. Huh, interesting. Gates of Sheol. There's Sheol. Grave refers to the realm of the dead, whether the grave where the body lies or the place where the spirits live. I don't think it logically belongs there. I'm nearly finished. Got 2 more paragraphs. Perfect. It's all of the commentaries right there. Wonderful. Okay, so this part's over with. Now it's on to the stage 3 chapter themes, which actually, because we're here because of Hebrews 11, so consulting Hebrews 11 is probably the best thing to do, and it's the second part. What more can I say? Oh, what more shall I say? Shall I? Anyways, fail me to tell Gideon, Barak, Samson, and that's what he says in his poem. What, through faith, subdue kingdom, righteousness, obtain promises. He obtained promises. Stop the Malice Alliance, not that one. Quench the Violence, escape the weak. Out of weakness, we're made strong. Out of weakness, we're made strong. Hebrews 11:34. Looks like A, B, C. Out of weakness, we're made strong. He did wax valiant in fight. Turn to flight. At least I think he did. Turn to flight, the armies of the aliens. I think that's all him right there, actually. But he goes to battle. No, that synopsis is over there. What about its counterpart there in 2 Kings? See what it says there. See what happens after that. Okay, so it doesn't mention him going out to battle again. I guess the battle ensued with that one angel that killed... Yeah, right here. Dwelt in Nineveh, and then he was killed by his children. Okay. Alright, this is important to notate to the narrative. Kings 19. So the theme is simply this: out of weakness we're made strong. Almost to death. And so now we have a question and a compliment to contemplate. And this is, the question is something that we have invented as through prayer. So I'll need to pray and continue developing the sermon via prayer, which obviously won't get recorded right now because I need to go, but it is now 5:14 and started 7 hours ago. Had a couple of hours total of a break, so I don't know what that equates to. It is now the 8th hour. It's running to the 8th hour right now. It looks about the 8th hour, just about 8 hours. So it's 6 hours on this one. I think 6 hours yesterday, so I'm at my 12th hour. I'm going to continue working on it. I still need about an additional 8 hours to complete everything from the writing out the sermon manuscript all the way to developing the slideshow, and it's due within 18 hours. So if I play the cards just right, I should be able to have 0 time at all, and I'll have maybe an hour remaining to practice. So, the life of a pastor.